Hmm. Grand Rising, everybody. Welcome back to OTW News. Let me take off the overlay. Welcome back to OTW News. Let me check here. I got to fix my hair. All right. Okay. That's better. So we are the 17th of May. It is 8:06 a.m. here, Eastern Time, Montreal, Canada. 2 degrees Celsius, pretty cold, mostly cloudy. Great day today. I'd shout out the chat, but I don't see anybody in chat right now. So shout out to the viewers that are watching right now. Thank you for being here. This is going to be obviously another epic show here on OTW News. Like always, we are back on track, rolling my doobie and getting ready for action. Right. So the click, starting out great. The link to click the link. If you want to come up here, it's in the chat somewhere. I could drop it again. Anyway, so if anybody wants to join, I think I have our first commenter here. We have cult slave member, slave master. I see here number 7. Okay, howdy. We got Christos. What's up, dude? And that's it. So that's who we have in chat for this Grand Rising show, number 23. It's open panel, guys, as usual. And it's not a great day to go working outside. It's pretty cold, windy. It's not a work day. Hey, we got Rob Cleveland's in the house. What do you mean there is no link? Hold on a second. I thought I left the link in the. Where's a minute? 1 minute. I put the link. It's in the chat. There we go. Boom. All right. So still rolling the doobie. I'm a little bit late. Had a bunch of stuff to do this morning, so that's why I started the stream at 8:00. Or else it would have been 6, but Well, we've got Mental Pancakes is in the house. Welcome, Mental Pancakes. Good to see you, man. Got a great show lined up for you today. Obviously, if no one's clicking the link right now, or if they do, it doesn't matter either way. Let's go check out a little bit of some Wes Watson for the inspirational. And he came up with a couple of videos, and I missed a few days of the Grand Rising show. So I guess a good inspirational video to start off our day would be great, in my opinion. So hope you guys stick around for this little segment. Doesn't last too long, 8 minutes. Always has some inspirational things to say. Appreciate the guy. Really cool. Great positive outlook on all kinds of stuff, especially the life that we live in. So my goodness, I missed a lot of his videos, man. I don't know what's going on, man. He's consistent. I'm not even consistent in listening to his stuff, man. I'm late. So I'm going to go. It says here, a man of your word. Okay, I like this one. I haven't seen this one. Let's check this one out. All right. So man of your word. I like that. Maybe somebody this morning needs to hear that, right? Who knows? Oh, we got Port Patrol is in the house. You're not Paul. Quit trying to be him. I'm not trying to be him. Ever since I discovered Wes Watson on his panel, I just enjoy watching it, and I think it's a good start off to the show. Do I look like I don't even talk like Paul, man. It's like far from trying to be like Paul. And when I broadcast, I try to broadcast like a radio broadcaster. So I'm not even trying to broadcast like Paul broadcasts, man. I try to do my own thing. So I don't know where your perceptions are, but get your head out of the sand, dude. Right. So, like I said, who cares? He listens to Wes Watson. It's like, okay, because we're both broadcasters and we're in about the same community. I'm not allowed, showing videos of Wes Watson. If I am, I'm copying somebody. What a fucking ridiculous, narrow point of view. Anyway, so let's move on with my show that I'm the one who decides what goes on here. If you're not happy, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? All right, so check it out. Oh yeah, it's true. I gotta share a screen. It's like I'm far as eloquent. I'm not even close to being eloquent as Paul, man. So, and I have far from the knowledge. He's like almost 15 years younger than me, man. And he's like, his fucking brain is full of stuff, man, that I haven't even. Nah, man. You can't compare me to Paul. That's just being stupid. Oh, there we go. See, and when I do things, I even, I don't see Paul coming up with these things like, he doesn't pull up like inspirational stories. See, there, this is what Wes Watts is gonna say. It's inspirational. And all right, so let's check it out. Hopefully, they won't gonna bomb me with these fucking commercials. I don't know. Enjoy.
A man of your word. I don't care what's going on in my life. You guys do not understand some of the adversity. I had to film one of these videos. We just landed in Miami. I have a few hours to get this video out. And the thing is you guys don't realize that is the cornerstone to success right there. Successful people hold their word on their habits and their disciplines and the work that needs to be done, regardless of how they feel. If you always opt out of the work that needs to be done because of how you feel, you will not get fucking anywhere. Fact is, my throat is blasted. We were just on a long flight, just got to a new city. The hours are different. We're in Miami, a penthouse of the SLS Brickell, 53rd floor. And you guys, I'm going to miss. What if that's how you live? What if you chose to live as a man who said, I'm never missing a workout again. I'm never missing my macros again. I'm never slipping on my word to my family or my people about my drinking and my drug use again. Imagine what you could be if you chose to hold your word above how you feel. That is the cornerstone to success. That man can do everything. And that's why I always tell you, you stupid motherfuckers who message me and you see my lifestyle and you say, how, Wes? How? And I say, who, bitch? Who? Not how. I'm who? The man who doesn't give a fuck about how he feels and holds his word regardless. Just walked in a nice new gym in Miami. It was called Elevation. There was some people there who already knew who we were. I was with my boy Eric. Imagine how good that feels.
You know, this reminds me of a story that I had with the Zetetic Warrior, man. All right. We were like, you know, we were contacting each other by telephone. And anyway, at one point when everything went all to hell, you know, I was like texting him and shit like that. And it was like I was really pissed off at him. But I told him that I was going to do some stuff for him. And I kept my word, even though I was like so fucking pissed off, and I was like, you know, but you know, I had promised him that I'd give him some contacts with with other YouTubers and stuff like that, and I kept my word with him. So that just reminded me of that, man.
To win, one of these guys with 1 million followers, and he says, "You saved my life, dude." He's like, "My life is good. I'm successful, but you saved my life." Everybody says it's not about money. Everybody says it's not about this, about that. But when you actually have it and you've had problems and you realize that mindset is everything, your daily habits are everything. Operating at a high frequency state opposed to a low frequency mindset is everything. And you stand that. You stand firm on that. You hold the people around you to that by being that pillar, that force. Do you guys be that for your people? We have everything. But if we're not correct and we break character, we have fucking nothing. I will uphold my character, my word, and all the habits and disciplines that I've told you that make me the man I am for the rest of my life, for the rest of my fucking life. It's not hard. It's harder not to. It's harder not to. My throat is like sandpaper. I did that event with Tim Grover the other week, and I didn't even think I could do it. I walked up on stage. I couldn't even talk. This morning when I woke up, my voice wasn't working. Who gives a fuck? Elevate past it. It's not real. You're constructing that. People are like, yeah, right, it's real. Just try anyways. Just try anyways. Just try to push through it anyways. When your back hurts, when you got the biggest headache you've ever had, like I had this morning, and I still did this, and then that breathing, that heavy breathing, that blood oxidation, that positive mental attitude cured it. Even my throat right now is healing as I step away from believing that it's an ailment. Everyone says it's mind over matter, but I really push it to the envelope. Sometimes you're weak enough to believe you're hindered. And sometimes if your knees actually separate or something, you're fucked. But these other things, you're able to.
That's funny because I have a similar type of mindset when it comes to like sickness and stuff like that. Even if I would catch a cold, I always tell myself that it's going to be over in within 24 hours, or it's just I right away recognize that it's coming, and I already start trying to not believe that it's there, and just do as if it was like as if I was fine. I mean, I try to say to myself that I'm not sick, and that I'll be or if that I am, that I'm gonna heal real quickly. Like I have this keen sense that I could do that. How about you, Christos?
Hey, I just wanted to come up and I wanted to say I'm glad you're playing Wes Watson first thing. Today I definitely didn't feel energized when I woke up. I knew if I slept in 10 more minutes or so, my whole day would be thrown off. So I just fucking got up because I know I had to do it regardless. And that's kind of what he was saying there earlier, and he's always saying in general, that type of mentality and just doing it regardless of how you feel.
Exactly. Be consistent, but more than just being consistent is, not letting your feelers get in the way of your success. If that's,
Hmm.
yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely.
To elevate above them just from a positive mindset and being in a high frequency state. You'll forget all about it. The magnification of you, the magnification of the problem is what makes the problem. That goes for your financial.
That is so true, man. That Look, man, you have people who spend their time in that negative part of themselves where they're saying, "Oh, things are going badly" or something, and then you're like feeding that by keep telling yourself, "Oh, it's like I don't know." I'll give an example: is going to the dentist, right? It's like I have to go to the dentist. It's gonna be a fucking. I hate going to the dentist. Nah, 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 nah. Then you go to the dentist, you end up having a bad experience. Why? Because you had already pre-programmed yourself to have that bad experience, right? So it's the same principle. If you'd say to yourself, well, okay, I need to go to the dentist, and I'm gonna have a good experience. Dentists are cool. No, 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 no. And then you're gonna, you have. It's about being either above or below the threshold. So if you're above the threshold, you're in a positive, uh, you know, mind frame. But if you're below the threshold, then you're like in this negative state where you're keep feeding that negative energy, and especially the words that we use, like can't should not be a word in a vocabulary. It disempowers you. It's telling you that you're not able to do something. But if you say the word won't instead of can't, it empowers you because you're the one who's deciding not to do it. It's your decision. You can't say you can't, right? Can't when you're talking about I
Interesting.
can't. Anyway, so there's different words like that we use constantly.
Yeah, self-fulfilling prophecy.
That's all these diagnoses, these disorders,
Yeah, exactly.
they're all pain avoidance. What if you step into that pain and you say, I don't fucking care? This is for the greater good. What if you let them? What if you get fucked? I'd rather fucking die than break my word. Wouldn't that be of the leader, of the man who can pull off anything? Isn't that what you're trying to be? The man who can pull off anything? So wouldn't he have to, when tested, pull off anything? When the test comes about, realize that was the exact moment that you were constructing the individual you were yet to be. If you continually accept what you are, you'll never be able to raise to what you are not. You have to realize this. The man who's okay with his current position will never be able to raise to that one that is yet to attain. I always push the envelope. Now I'm in another penthouse, another one. Now I have the penthouse in San Diego, the penthouse in Miami, the mansion in Rancho Santa Fe, 12,000, 26,000, 65,000. That's how much each place is. That's how much each place is a month. You guys, I've normalized very abnormal pricing and behaviors. Our flight on the way here was 50,000. It was a G5. Flew my assistant, my filmer buddy, Sohab, my friend, my chick, her daughter. We all flew together. No one will pull out their wallet while they're with me, ever. I'll never let it happen. I demand levels that other people couldn't fathom. How? A blueprint and system in place. Years and years building it from the smaller steps. I'm not just looking at, hey, I need to make 100,000 a day. It started off as one. Do you guys remember when my boy told me I'd make 30,000 a month and I said, yeah, right? That was just some years. You guys, pick your path. Stick to it for fucking life.
There you go. He's
When
saying
Tim
it.
was on stage the other day, he was talking about for the last 8 years of Kobe's life, he spent every day with him. And he always would remind him, we don't have much time. And Tim ended that speech with, I wish I was wrong when I told Kobe we don't have much time. I wish I was wrong. You guys don't have fucking time. Look at the chills formulating right here. Look at them. That's a confirmation. You guys are stronger than you could ever imagine. Please get up every day and push. Everyone will be so proud of you. That's all I was ever after, was to be a valuable man. I love you guys so fucking much. I'll never let you down. And that's all I fucking care about. And want to know what that does? Success across the board. Never break your fucking word. Let's
go.
Like I did that.
Awesome.
Did you mean to do that? The OTW, did you mean to do that where it cut off right before he said go and you said go?
Yeah, I did.
That was good.
Yeah, I just I figured I'd do the go part. Right. So that was a great, inspiring story once again by Wes Watson. Always a pleasure to watch his inspiring words and how intense he is when he says his stuff. Yeah, yeah. He's like on fire. It's like just wants to get you moving, man.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a big panel going later today.
Well, it's still early, 8:25 a.m. here Eastern Time, Canada. What can I say? We're in Montreal. It is, we are the 17th. We're in the middle of the month. We're also in the middle of the week, right?
Hey.
We're Wednesday today, right? Yeah, we are.
Yes,
so,
sir. I need to ask you this, OTW. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead and finish.
Well, before you do so, you want to fix your mic? You're kind of like...
I do.
Good. It's still early. Let's give some people some time to come in here. You guys share this out, people. Like, share, subscribe, whatever. Do the whole YouTube shenanigan stuff. Yeah, I'm rolling a doobie, so don't mind me. I'm I'm taking my time. I'm in no hurry. I don't really have any real topic that I want to talk about. I just doing the Grand Rising show like usual, man. I'm just here. And wait a minute. I'm like a little bit higher than the camera. Ah, there we go. Looking good. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, I don't even know what I was gonna say. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that when Timmy came up here and showed that little graph, I'm gonna go back and find that stream because that was a really good stream, man, and I was really interested to go back and look at that little graph that he had with all the different billionaires that we know of in this world and the different archetypes that you could say they represent.
Oh, as you mean the archetypes as like in ancient scriptures or ancient texts, those types of archetypes, like.
Well, it was more. I think it was a little more broad than that. See, this is why I'm gonna go back and find it.
Okay. But it sounds interesting though, because
it was more archetypal. It wasn't as specific.
All right.
I think as you're saying.
Like archetypal or stereotype?
No, archetypal
Okay.
The business mogul, the the XYZ, the blanker, I'm having trouble describing it. Who's good in these different fields, basically.
Right.
And it was this map that Timmy was showing that is supposed to be some type of
I remember that. I'm just I guess it was a few streams ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to go check it out. It's true. He did bring up some good stuff.
It was one of the early ones, one of the very first ones, I think. I remember we got a lot of people on the panel, and it was pretty early too. We had multiple people on, within the first 2 to 3 hours. This is when you were doing segments, I think.
When I had different segments of the show, right? Where I remember now. You're right. It was in the first or second week of the Grand Rising show.
Yeah, it just it stuck out to me.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's gonna pop in today. Maybe we'll be lucky and we'll get a chance to have him look that over again.
hmm
Oh, it's always
I've been
good to
very
bring some
inspired.
stuff back.
Yeah, I feel like he has a lot to offer. Man, I honestly, I've been feeling inspired by Paul recently. I don't know, just some of the things he's been saying and some of the work ethic he's been showing. I mean, hell, we could tie it back into the Wes Watson, right? Because he even said it yesterday that he doesn't necessarily feel like doing a long broadcast, but he said, you know how it is, and basically said, let's probably just end up showing up anyway and doing more hours. Even though within that moment he said, it didn't sound appealing, but again, it was that higher principled thing that you're gonna keep fucking working with and for, regardless of the current situation of how you feel. The
Exactly what
higher
Wes
purpose.
Watson was saying. Yeah, you're just yeah, it's just highlighting that personal aspect of ourselves that we should be able to step on our personal feelings for a better outcome. Like
hmm
put your personal feelings aside and be more professional in the ways that you want to, I guess, ascertain success if that's a thing. I mean, it all depends what you perceive as success to you. I mean, there's different levels of success, and it's all personal. It's all things that it belongs to us. Is it me or are you just like popped in? That's funny, man.
Yeah, I'm just on my computer right now. Thought it'd be a better means.
Well, it's sounding good. Sound really good.
Yeah, I don't really have problems for real with every so often I might have problems with the computer. But yeah, man. Did you have any specifically laid out things for the stream? Or you just got a couple things you might bounce to and then it's just gonna go where it goes with who hops up.
It's complete freestyle today. No conceived topics or see, that's where it goes back to what the other guy was saying before. I don't remember what's his name. I think it's Port Portal or something like that. Port Patrol. Hold on a second. He goes, he's saying like don't try to be Paul, or something like that there. Yeah, but my stream is far from being the same thing as Paul's. First of all, I don't ever bring
Right.
up any topics in the sense that my title, okay, is always the same title. It's the Grand Rising Show, and I just put the number of the show after. That's one thing, right? I don't put any kind of anything in the title, right? So I don't promote anything. I don't promote Wes Watson. I don't promote whatever. I don't come up with these catchy titles. I figured it's just easier. I guess I'm lazy. It's just easier to put like the name of the show and the number of the episode. It's like, I guess that was like, so that differentiates me from the way Paul runs his things and how he does his shows, right? So this is his show. He does it his way. Benton has a great way of running his show. I mean, different broadcasters run their show differently. I mean, I don't even understand how people can want to compare what I do to Paul. Hey, Nubs, what's up, man?
You're
Welcome to the
far too
stream.
Canadian.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I can't even be like Paul in the sense like I can't be super sarcastic or fucking like it's not even natural to me to go ahead and say like you're a slave or it's in him. He has that, he can go ahead. He has the balls to go do that kind of thing. I'm not saying I don't have the balls, but I've just I guess the way I was brought up and where I am, my environment, the way I speak is because I've always been like this way. I've never been any different. It's like what you see on screens, what you get in real life. So I'm
I
not
think
trying
you're,
to do any other character or pretend to be somebody else but me.
I would say that your life experience, and not just yours, this is anybody, your life experience causes you to be able to do things and not be able to do things. If you grew up learning how to climb mountains, letting go of the mountain is going to be a very easy thing because in order to rise up the mountain, you must let go of it 1 foot at a time, or hand, as the case may be. And as far as success, that's an individual standard. However, there is kind of a standard across the boards where, you know, there's different successes like financial success and this, that, and the other thing. But like the analogy of a sandwich, if you don't have all your ingredients, you don't have a good sandwich.
Yeah, you can make one real quick. 2 slices of bread, some butter, and some cold cuts, and there you go. It's like a quick sandwich. You can do
Yeah,
that.
and I agree. You can make a quick sandwich. However, 2 pieces of cheese, 2 pieces of meat, some butter and bread is not a sandwich from the deli. That's something that you
Yeah,
hodgepodge together because you needed to, because you ran out of time, because you were not responsible to do other things that would have given you that deli sandwich. There's sustenance when you add ingredients in, if that makes sense.
yeah, and I like I don't know if you've ever been to Subways, but I like these really nice, big, thick, full of vegetables, and it's just like wow, because they have these vegetarian ones there where they have these. It's like a thin slice of well, not a thin slice, but a pretty thick slice of kind of like a vegetarian um, patty. Okay, and then on top of that, you just dump in a bunch of vegetables and stuff like that, salad and cucumbers and whatever, man. You just like fill it up, man, and then you just put in those great sauces that they have there. I'm not doing any commercials for Subway, but I do. I actually like Subways. It's not that bad. It's a healthy place to eat, in my
With
opinion.
in retrospect to the sandwich analogy in life, I look at all of those vegetables and everything like that as the different characteristics. Like tomatoes might be related to, financial success. So we got to have lots of tomatoes. And the meat might be related to family success or being a good father. In my case, I'm not a mom, so obviously I can't be that. However, when you're all done and you pull that, like you were saying, from Subway, you pull that sandwich out and you're like, damn, this is some good stuff. I think that's the true measure of success, and you don't get to look at that until you're done.
Agreed. That's absolutely true. Sorry, I'm just answering somebody in chat.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think there's a certain aesthetic to how you title things, for the lives, and I see it with how Paul does his stuff, and I've seen it with some others. So doing pluses or doing dashes in between, like what you could regard as different segments or different elements of what's going to be on the broadcast, I think is just an aesthetic way to present the title, So it just kind of in regards to whoever might have been saying, quit trying to be Paul or whatever. Just because you're playing Wes Watson, or you might have that in the title at some point and whatnot. The whole aesthetic, titling.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
if you use Wes and somebody else uses Wes, wouldn't you be, in essence, promoting Wes, not yourself?
yeah, in a sense, we do promote Wes Watson, but I appreciate what he has to say. So, and I like sharing what he does. So, I mean, that's like, yeah, we are promoting Wes Watson, but maybe in a sense, one day he'll promote us. So it's a give. Yeah, I don't know. It's free.
Nothing wrong with promoting.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, eventually one day maybe he'll see, OTW news pass around and boom, he'll say, "Hey, this guy's promoting me" or something. I'll fucking give him a push. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. I'm the kind of guy who's like opportunistic. I like to seize the day and whatever I can do to I don't know, to get out there. Get out there on the internet and be seen, I guess. And it's not like I have a great message to send to everyone. I just want to bring the news, like the YouTube news, if you want to call it that. Like whatever's happening. This is why I love having all these conversations, all kinds of different topics, because I want to cover a wide variety of different kinds of things. That I obviously leave out some stuff that I don't think is actually pertinent to the channel, like sports. Maybe like just fitness. I do. I will fucking promote fitness for sure. But I mean, I won't promote hockey, baseball, basketball, or any of those football, any of those freaking Freemasonic, Illuminatic, pre-organized, and already fucking know what the points are going to be, and it's all fucking fixed, man. Just like the lottery and all that shit, man. Everything is arranged and fixed. So I don't trust that shit. It's just like watching the wrestling, and everything's scripted, and they're not actually hitting each other. So it's like there's no real point to it. I'd rather watch a match of the ultimate fighting champion of the world or something where they're actually giving each other punches to the face and there's something going. It's an actual fight, or boxing too is not that bad. I was like to watch boxing back in the day when it was Mike Tyson, but he was the only boxer that I actually ever liked. All the other ones I never. After that, after Mike Tyson, I never even followed boxing after. So it was like
Well,
when Mike.
oh, sorry. I was
Yeah, when I was a kid,
finished.
Mike Tyson was my hero, man. We used to play Punch Out on Nintendo, man. Come on, think about it.
Yeah. So right, and it's interesting when you see the direction he's gone these days. It's like it's just reaffirming that he was always a special character within this world. Because you look at him now and he's doing 5-MeO DMT, the toad, and doing mushrooms, getting into cannabis, and so it's just I don't know. It's just cool to see how he's evolved, and someone that can be one of the biggest like stars of the like world and within sports. They can they still have a soul. Like even if they've been deep within the beast system, they can still be an authentic person to some degree, and follow a spiritual path. And I see that with Mike Tyson, with how he's evolved and what he's doing these days.
Yeah, yeah. Michael Jordan. Yeah, Flow State just mentioned that. Welcome, Flow State. Michael Jordan was also a pretty prominent figure back then. There, I did play. I was part of the basketball team in high school. Uh, but it's the game in the sense that the way it's portrayed now, and the way I understand how they do their occult rituals, and how everything is connected to anyway the narrative that they're pushing, and the way things are done. You kind of disconnect yourself from that part of this realm, I guess, if you want to call it that. This is that's why I don't follow sports anymore. Pretty much not. I don't.
Give them cakes and circuses, and they'll do what you want.
Yeah, that's it. It's I don't want to be part of the Roman Empire where they, with these sports that it's like in the Colosseum, and now they call it football, but in other words, it's actually just the same thing. But in modern times, and the warriors aren't killing each other; they're just
It's a
hurting each
blood
other pretty
sport.
badly. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
it's still very much a blood sport, and like things like MMA. That's obviously a blood sport. Don't get me wrong. I've definitely enjoyed and engaged in mixed martial arts. Not so much watching it, but participating. Um, yeah, I've done a lot of training and a lot of rolling.
Yeah, same here. And I just love kung fu. I love the Chinese culture, but in the sense, like not just the Chinese culture. I like it's the Asian culture in its essence. Okay, because you've got like the samurai and the ninjas, and you got the kung fu and all of that. And to me, that is so it resonates so much with me. I mean, I wouldn't have gotten myself a Wing Chun dummy if it wasn't something that resonated really strongly with me. So that's part of like the way they live too. Like how the Japanese live. I think that have a big respect for how Japanese culture is like more than even than the Chinese. But like what I take from the Chinese is the kung fu part. So anyway, so
I
I was
like
saying
those
it
Wing
like that.
Chun dummies.
Yeah.
Your
It's
arms
kind,
hurt afterwards.
no, you got to learn. You got to learn how to hit it correctly.
I'm saying like when you're training and you're really putting forth that like you already did your training rep and then you go in for that second or that third even if you learn how to hit it, it's still you feel it the next day.
Yeah, you're right. You do, but you come to a certain point where you hit it harder and harder. I'm about to break it. And I know. I can feel it.
Right.
And when I hit it, I know eventually one of them arms are just going to break off, man. Just because of the, it's as you know that saying that Bruce Lee says, I fear not the man that knows 10,000 moves, but I fear the man who knows the same move 10,000 times or 2,000 times, whatever the number is. This is what I actually use that as a way of training, is where I practice the same moves over and over and over and over and over again. I don't practice 20,000 different Wing Chun moves. No, I learned about 10 different moves, and I'm practicing these 10 moves fucking intense all the time. And that's why I know when I do a certain move, and if I do it too hard, I'm gonna break the arm off the dummy, man. Which is because I remember the first time I hit it, man. I have sore arms. You're absolutely right. In the beginning, because I've had it for almost 2 or 3 years now. So, but when I started hitting it in the beginning, holy crap, man! It was.
I think that's the beauty of training.
That's also how I trained on Mortal Kombat with Jax's uppercut, if anybody was wondering.
Really, Jax? I was more into Kung Lao.
I mean, Scorpion was my dude for all time, but if I really wanted to be a douche and I was playing Mortal Kombat 2 on what was it, Sega or Super Nintendo, whichever old school one it was, you could get Jax in the kneeling uppercut and nobody could do shit about it. You just can't do anything but die.
Fatality.
But you had to be in really one of those douchey moves, right? Where you wanted to not be invited back to your friend's house for a while.
Yeah. Well, I didn't really like Mortal Kombat as much as I liked Street Fighter. Street Fighter was my Super Nintendo game. So Street Fighter 2. That was
really?
Yeah,
really?
I was into like Ryu and Ken and Guild and
You're
all
one
right,
of
son,
those guys, huh?
Yeah.
I know
Yeah,
what
I feel like that
Close
says
was
a lot
talking
about you.
about with Jax. I know what you mean with Jax because I had those buddies that were just like you with it. I mean, this is the later ones, like Mortal Kombat 7, but yeah, I know what you mean with
So
that
they didn't
squatting
change. They didn't
uppercut.
never change that. They just left the uppercut move.
Why program
they
I'm
did.
something
not
new
sure.
when the
Maybe
old
we're thinking
works?
of different uppercuts, but I think
Yeah, but
so.
now they
Yeah.
have combos. They have combos now. They have a bunch
Well,
of
I could do
combos. where-
combos. Like I said,
Yeah, I
Scorpion was
can.
my guy. I would make you come over here to Kansas from Canada, bro.
Get over here.
And then I'd spit fire on your skull and burn it off. I knew all those things. Mortal Kombat played a pivotal role in my development, which explains a lot about my life.
Yeah, but I evolved in those fight games. I went all the way up to Tekken and Virtual Fighter. Those were like the fucking awesome games back when I was like in my 20s, 18, 19, 20 years old. Those games were in arcade games too back then. And then they came out with the Sega Dreamcast, which had Cruising USA and it had the Daytona USA. It had all these awesome car games too.
Cruising USA was fun. I had that on 64.
Man. Yeah, Cruising USA, and it was.
Growing up, I didn't really do the whole video game thing, but I did play Street Fighter. Played a lot.
So you
of
were
Street
poor.
Fighter.
I was a freaking badass at
So
Street
you were
Fighter.
one of the poors, is what you're telling us.
Oh yes. I grew up in that neighborhood that they killed George Floyd in.
Oh really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't
That's
really know
my
that, but it would have been a lot funnier comment if you weren't actually one of the poors. If you were just like modestly poor.
We were poor, but we weren't poor like everybody else around us. We actually moved into the city, not just were there type deal. Like I grew up and my parents were homeowners and everything like that. So I didn't necessarily have an odd childhood as far as that goes. I just didn't have all the extra shit. And well, when Street Fighter came out, everybody was talking about it. And so I went out to the streets and started fighting. It was fun.
I think that I think people would be better served if they got in more fights. And I mean this seriously. If boys got in more fights and if people were poorer, we have an epidemic of young adults who have no struggles. And so they self-inflict them.
And they don't know what a real struggle is. And that's why
correct.
they self-inflict.
That's correct.
the struggle of getting up and going to work should not be a struggle. It's like that
No,
Wen Chung Dao.
your identity is not a struggle.
Right. And,
If we have
and when
nobody,
everybody
I mean,
in the-
nobody's truly oppressed. There's no truly oppressed class in the Western world that I am aware of.
except those that are being slave traded
Well, yeah,
or sex trafficking.
right.
Yeah,
I guess
like,
I don't
I think
necessarily
there's a lot
consider
of
that a
shady
class.
stuff.
That's like
Yeah.
those are victims. Like that's just a straight up victim group. That's not a class, really.
I get you. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
if there's anybody that would actually be able to say that, it would be those people. Nobody else.
Right.
The McDonald's worker is not a fucking victim because they work at McDonald's. Kind of.
Well, and look how degraded people's understanding of racism is now because there's no
Right.
racism. Like,
Well,
I mean,
we need to use
there.
good words.
Let me soften that up. I've been institutionalized enough to recognize that there is some fuck shit, but it goes on across economic lines. The racial lines are incidental.
Yeah, it's an economic thing. I would agree. It's a status thing or a caste system like they have in India.
Right.
I'll agree with that. I mean, hell, even in my own fucking community, my own block, even, I actually live on a road that most of the houses border the lake. They're all multi-million-dollar homes. Mine, not so much.
I'm in a rental. So.
It's a full house and everything. Like I've got a basement and it's not my mom's. And I've got yard, I've got a garden, I've got everything that everybody else has. It's just not a $2 million home. I don't need all that.
Right.
Nor do I really want it. I don't want the liability on that. I see what they have to do on a daily. Fuck that.
My parents bought after their youngest kid moved out, they bought a little over $1 million house. And they have to like buy special equipment to change the fucking light bulbs because they're up so high and shit like that. It's just, I don't know.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I see I see all the fucking service people. I do construction and landscaping, so it's not like I
Right.
don't see those fucking trucks. I see those trucks from a mile away, no problems. And, when I'm watching the same landscaping company making at least $1,000 a month because of the amount of stops, and I know those names don't come with short price tags. My neighbor, for instance, a couple years or probably about 2 years ago, he planted probably about $6,000 worth of cedar. Just planted it. Looks like shit now. Nobody maintains it, but he planted it. He had the company come out and they put it all in. They drove on my property and destroyed some shit on my end. And then they chose to be less than accountable. And it was like, wait a second, you're coming out because I have the poor house. You're going to try to pour some shit on me. It doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully you got a good lawyer.
No, I just
I love good lawyers.
I know the company quite well. They're a pretty large company in the area, and I talked to the guy, and they were somewhat reasonable. He kind of looked at me as I told him I do construction and landscaping, so he kind of knows that it doesn't cost as much for me to do it as for you to do it, per se, if you're not.
So you subbed out to yourself?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Nice.
Why would I ever do it any other way?
Yeah, I don't know if you can see my icon or avatar, but that's
Kind of.
we did this bathroom and kitchen remodel, master bathroom and kitchen. It took almost a whole damn year, and it was
A year.
damn near $1 million. Almost a year, yeah, because he kept adding on and changing and change orders and add-ons and change orders and add-ons, and then get his wife's opinion after the third change order, but just watching the amount of workers go, it's a $6 million house, bro. The amount of people working there all the time is astronomical.
Yep. And for what? So you can have 17-inch or 17-foot ceilings? I don't give a fuck. Give me a fucking 10-foot ceiling. Give me an 8-foot ceiling and I'm be happy.
I think that's what I have. An 8-foot ceiling.
Well, I'm happier with what I have. I probably got like lower than that. My house is basically like two trailers slapped together onto like a little tiny old school house on a foundation. And fuck, I'd rather have something small and inconspicuous. First of all, I don't like looking rich. I don't want people to think I ever have money because that brings a whole bunch of other problems. But on top of that, like just not having to have people in your space all the time. But definitely, I've like, not that I've ever really been rich, but I used to be a banker. I made, for someone in their 20s, I made damn good money. And when I got divorced, boy, I hid all that shit. Nobody knew my job. I took my jewelry off on weekend, like it was just.
Yeah.
As
The
long
only
as you
time
take
I was
care of your
actually,
child.
oh, sorry. It's funny. The only 2 times that I was actually ever really poor was when I was married. I got married twice. So, so I said,
So
fuck
you
marriage.
weren't poor.
I ain't get married anymore, man. And since then, you know what? I have money.
But getting divorced was the most expensive thing I ever bought myself and the biggest raise I've ever gotten.
Fucking right, buddy. It was one
Man.
decision that I'm glad I reneged on.
Because before I got married, the first time I was making $500-$600 a day, but obviously it wasn't really all legal, but some of it was. And then I got married, so I had to say, okay, I gotta stop the illegal stuff and do the legal stuff, right? But then it was horrible, man. It was just horrible for 3 years.
That taxed income gets those taxes get to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
And in some of those relationships, after the taxes get to be a pain in the ass, the lack of proper representation by the other party tends to go along with that.
Yeah. And then when you hit like the second marriage, which was making money before I got married, and then for some reason, even with the salary that I was making, I wasn't making any money anymore. For 7 years in a row until I finally decided that I had enough and that I was losing my my house, my apartment. First, I lost my house, then I lost my apartment, and and then I had enough, man. I just that was it. I actually threw her out naked, literally. She was in the bathtub, and I looked at her. I said, "Get the fuck out." She goes, "You let me get dressed." No,
Savage.
I said, "Get the fuck out of here." She never came back.
Oh man,
with no clothes.
you really should
literally
wear that
naked
boss
out.
hat. You earned that boss hat, OTW. The fact that you
Maybe
did
I don't
that.
know, but that day was a bad day for her. She actually called the cops on me because I threw her out naked, but I didn't even touch her. I never even fucking laid a hand on her. I just freaked out and flipped over the table in the kitchen and the couch and fucking nearly destroyed the whole apartment. And my buddy was there. And by the time the cops showed up, my buddy had rearranged the whole apartment, cleaned everything up, passed the broom. Fucking cops walked in, everything was spick and span. So everything she said literally went out the window. So she had no credibility whatsoever. So the cop lady asked me if she could grab a couple of, like a shirt and some clothes for. So I gave her a little bit of clothes, and I packed her shit, and she had to come back with the cops to get her stuff, man. And I fucking put everything in the veranda, so I never even opened up the door of my house. They came and they took shit, and I wasn't even there. Didn't even see them come and go. So, and that was the last time. A year after. The karma got me back for some reason. The cops had arrested me. I was with my new girlfriend, and I was driving to my mom's house, and the cops pulled me over, and I had a ticket that my ex-wife had gotten a year previously. It was for the music being too loud. So the cops had come. I wasn't even. I was at work. The cops came. They probably had warned her more than once that she was playing the music too loud. Then gave her a ticket, right? But since the house was in my name, the ticket was in my name. But I never even fucking knew about this ticket. So when they stopped me, it was already in mandate. So they arrested me and says, if you don't pay the ticket right now, you're going straight to jail. So I'm like, yeah, but I don't have 300. It was like only 300 something dollars. It wasn't that much. but I didn't have the money on me, and neither did my girlfriend at the time. So I was like, I spent 3 days in jail to pay off that $300. 1 year after I fucking divorced, and I was still getting fucking shit, and I went to jail because of her ass. A year later, I hadn't even spoken to her in a year, and I and it just comes back with sometimes it just comes back and it hits you in the face, man, and who knows how. But
Bro, I was just on trying to put money on my buddy's books, and 3.5%, or 3.5. I'm sorry, 350 or 10% is how much it costs to add money to the books, whichever is greater. So 10%, and then it's like $1 to send a text message and 50 cents to receive a text message. It's fucking nuts. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail you. I just was fresh in this shit.
That money.
This is through jail ATM.
But do you get what I'm saying? Like, you worked in the banking industry.
I did, and I'm going through the disclosures, right? Because they make you put it. They want all sorts of information out of you, and they share it. They disclose it with their partners and affiliates. You have no rights to do anything. They'll use it, on investigation, of course. Like, if you ever deal with somebody who's locked up, they record all that shit. And I'm like filling out this form going, I'm not giving you that. I'm not giving you that. Here's a fake social. Here's a fake driver's license number. But yeah, it's a big hustle.
It seems as if it's almost like privatized, because if they're looking for all that information, if they're the government, don't they already have all that information because it's theirs?
Well, it is privatized, indeed. The government already has that information on me. They would know that that's not my social.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. They got my DNA.
If it's private in a public, how can public and private be in the same venue at the same time?
Are you saying there's a conflict of interest, sir?
I'm saying there's absolutely a conflict of interest.
Well, that's how the American economy works. I don't know if you're aware that we live in a fascist society economically.
Oh, wait, what?
What? Most people don't know what that means, but yeah, the economic structure of the West is very fascist.
Well, that's because most people don't know what the word fascist means other than in a colloquial term.
Well, it means Donald Trump, first of all.
Hey, just to go off topic real quick, to come back to what I was saying before. So if ever anybody wants to ask me any relationship advice, don't. All right.
There's your relationship advice. Just don't.
Don't ask me.
I mean, you've been through it more than a lot of people on YouTube giving relationship advice. So I would listen to you before I listen to most of the motherfuckers who have never been married, never been divorced, never been through this or that,
I'd listen to a guy who's been with the same woman for 30 years, I guess, maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe not.
I don't know. To each their own. I'm of the belief, of the mentality that, like, you have to, and maybe this is the wrong advice to give, which I don't do relationship advice either. But I know that for me, I had to learn from bad relationships to understand what a good one was for me. So,
right.
I don't know that that's universal.
I think you, just like the rest of us, were blessed with the experience of having a bad relationship, so that when that good one does come up, not only do we see it, but we see it for what it is.
Well, you and I have I don't know if you guys probably don't know.
Hold on a sec. I don't know. I don't know, because that could be deceiving as well, man. Because the girl that I'm not with, the girl that I was with after my ex-wife, and I thought that she was the fucking bomb, man. I thought that relationship was the shit, man. And I obviously was deceived. I deceived myself. So no, I don't think so, man. I don't believe that you necessarily gain. There's so many people on this planet. There's so many different. We're men, so there's so many different women. Who knows? I don't know. I guess maybe the one I'm with right now, and she's all right, fine, perfect for now. I guess. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows?
My
what time?
channel sort of got its start in the personality typing community. You guys probably don't know that, but uh, I'm pretty good and knowledgeable in that sort of psychology. And what I will say is that I would guess that Nubs and I experience things very similarly, more so than OTW does with either of us, if that makes sense. Nubs and I are probably the same personality type, or
No, but
very.
all three of us have one thing particular in common that's very significant in my mind, is that all three of us are contractors.
We're all
and
different types of. Yeah, I agree, because
I
we're
do
all
agree
thinking
too.
things.
And all three of us are businessmen.
Are you contracting? OTW, what are you doing?
I just finished
when you
jobs.
first started, you were doing restaurant stuff, right?
Well, no, it's the winter job kind of. It's what I do when I have no construction, because I don't work inside. I don't do any Jeep rock or any. I don't like working inside. I need to work outside,
Come
man.
on,
I'm an
sheetrock's
outside
fun.
guy. I hate
sheetrock is not fun.
I fucking hate plastering too, man. I hate that, man. Oh man, that's the worst thing. I just don't like. I don't even like touching Jeep rock. I don't like how it's made. It's like
you move it and it crumbles and then.
So no, I do outside work. I work on. I'm mostly a roofer. That's what I do.
Right. I think I knew that.
Yeah,
you're a brave little fucker.
Change shingles. I paint roofs. I paint barns and stuff like that. I fix
Did you know that roofer is the most dangerous job? If you look up a list of jobs, like more than Alaskan crab fishermen. What I was doing was some research on how brave our local law enforcement heroes really are, and it turns out that they're like dramatically less brave than our roofers.
Yeah, we're crazy motherfuckers. I know that.
Actually, being a cop is only as dangerous as driving. It's equally as dangerous. You're just as likely to get killed on the job as a truck driver as you are as a cop. So the law enforcement part isn't actually dangerous at all. Just driving around.
I'd say a trucker that does long haul has more risk because he's on the highways, as opposed to a police officer for a community because he's on local residential. Not much.
I would guess. I'm just rehashing old statistics. My point is that cops aren't here. That's a bunch of hogwash.
Yeah, they are. Just ask them.
Don't worry, they've let me know.
No, back to not to jump back to something, but I'm in the process of cleaning off the back of my flatbed as we're chatting. And we were talking about women and finding good ones and whatnot. And if you look at my scenario here, I've got these these logs on this other stuff. And sometimes it's the other stuff that's really valuable. So you've got to move the logs to get to them, much like that.
Right.
And that's kind of where I'm coming from. I understand your point of view, however, and in some places, yes, I would absolutely agree. But it depends on the situation, I guess.
Bro, your house does not look unlike mine. I can figure out this fucking camera.
Is that your house, Nubs?
Yeah, I'm at my house.
Fuck, are we gonna show each other our houses? I'm gonna go get my cell phone. I'll sec.
I need to mow my lawn.
Oh, I got my trusty electrical tape up. Yeah, I got to mow mine too.
Oh, yeah.
But see, low.
That's a nice. That's
you've
a nice
got an
place.
extension on yours, and that I don't have. But I have a basement.
It's all
so it equals your extension.
Well, I got a basement too, and like I said, my house is basically two trailers, kind of attached to like a little 1-bedroom house.
Awesome.
So,
what is that tank for? Do you collect rainwater?
I do pressure washing on the side, so it's just a tank.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted something to hold a bunch of water. I got a Cadillac for sale, $2,000. It's yours.
I'm good.
It comes with some chickens.
I'll take the chickens. I'll keep the car. All right, I'm going to get my cell phone.
Well, that didn't go where I wanted it to. Rolled the wrong way off the damn truck.
Yeah, bro. I was actually, before I signed in here, I was actually coming out to do the edging down by the street because it gets too steep over there for the mower. Like, it's been raining so much here.
OTW, that's you, because you're the only one fucking around. I had a laborer load this thing, and he actually did a really good job. I'm quite impressed. I'm able to unload it one-handed, which is not, well, you guys know. Oh,
You guys hear me?
OTW, fuck you with your clean ass house and your clean ass bullshit, your clean Canadian nonsense.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Fucking Canadians.
even
got
those
cans
empty
lying around
cans,
my yard.
look at that. Even those empty cans are organized by the window.
All right. So, oh shit. Fuck, my phone only has 5% left of oh well.
Is that a Mini Cooper?
Yeah, that's my car.
Unprepared. What would our
All right.
Lord and Savior Donnie say about your unpreparedness?
My phone.
He'd say he's never seen anything like it.
Just damn shame.
So OTW's got a little bit more upstairs space. We all need a mow.
I definitely need. I'm the landscaper,
Yeah, I need
so you know my shit's never mowed.
There we go. All right. Now, do we see better?
Oh, we've been able to see. Looking green everywhere.
Yeah.
OTW, your house might be haunted with those attic bedrooms with the windows like that. Now, I'm not an expert, but all the hauntings I've ever seen have been at houses with pointy ass windows sticking out of the roof like that. Yep. I actually did start a paranormal investigating business in college. That was a complete sham.
That's my camper.
Nice. Trade you Cadillac.
Yellow. You guys hear me?
I'll trade you Cadillac for it.
I actually have some infrastructure on my property. I've got a bridge and an extra house.
Bro, what are you doing with that house? How you just have an extra house?
Check this thing out. I'll give you the.
Are you going to Airbnb it?
I'm going to give you the whole tour. I've got a bridge that you got to get there. Ready?
So where ish are you at?
It's like a drone flying over the community. And there's the house. Let me get a big wide pan. I need some roofing.
You've got squatters.
These little bastards, they never pay rent.
I hope they do a little bit of work around that place.
If you cut the power cords to their residence, they'll probably scram before too long. Just, kind of watch it. Listen for tools at night. You don't want them to start stripping out your walls.
Right. I've heard some mining of copper in the walls, but I haven't had any effect. They're rather small.
They are rather small. That works in your favor. You could probably stomp on them if you don't have, turn your Ring cameras off first.
Well, when you stomp on those little bastards, they're like guppies. They reproduce rather quickly, and they're kind of cannibalistic.
I thought you were going to say they squish all over your shoes, and it's gross.
That too.
Hey, thanks, Yurt. Hey, let me drop a link for Yurt, man. Hopefully you want to come up and have a conversation with us. Last time it wasn't too interesting for him. He was, what was it? Like, I think it was with Scott. Yeah, I think it was with Scott. I'd have to look back. I smoked so much weed, I don't remember. A lot of stuff happened yesterday.
Those two love each other almost as much as Jack and I love each other.
Oh, yeah, I saw you go off on Jack first thing, right when he starts his stream. You go up and you fucking like, no, man, no, I don't. You're just like right off the bat.
You're not gonna bullshit me. I've seen that shit out of my own behavior way too many fucking times, and I know the steps that it takes to get out of that shit.
But if you can bullshit yourself, nobody's gonna convince you that you is wrong.
Well, that's the thing about lying is you have to lie to yourself first and foremost and believe it wholeheartedly to a certain degree.
Yeah. But you see, my ex-wife taught me how to recognize that.
Right. And so, in other words, you've experienced some bullshit, and that way you can spot that shit from a mile away, no problems.
Well, yeah, especially when COVID hit, I started hearing my ex-wife. I was hearing my ex-wife on the radio manipulating everybody to tell them to fucking wear a mask and and go get jabbed up, man. It was crazy. So that's why I was like, no way, I don't believe this. It's like hearing my ex-wife on the radio. What the fuck's going on? Wow.
I don't know who I remind him of, but I've got to remind him of somebody, because the way he gets triggered, for somebody that said everything that everybody else has said, it's not like I'm extraordinary and I come up with some new shit. You know, like I'm not that fucking
It's because
special,
he
but
wants to dance and you don't dance.
Girls just want to have fun, I guess.
I mean, it's conceptual, or it's linguistic dancing.
Well, I'm not willing to sit there and have him tell people that it's okay to live in a world where smoke detectors are not a thing. Like, that's an entire huge industry for a reason. It's for, you know,
Dude, but
and
fuck that whole industry with this whole battery bullshit.
You get what I'm saying, though. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a dick.
I mean, you know, you can see it both ways. I just hope that people are discerning enough to see when the bullshit is, and I try, you know, I recognize that there's a pretty good chance I'm on my own fuck shit about who knows what. So I try not to, you know, shit all over other people for their own things that I can see, recognizing that I probably can't see my own, or I've worked all my flaws out and I'm Jesus by now, which is also possible.
That could be. I guess my thing is when people run around, I get where it really started agitating me. I didn't hear any of the other bullshit. I could ignore it. It was just Jack trying to have fun. Sure. But when he started speaking about father and leader and boss, and all of these things are things that you must have experience to acquire. It's not like you're just automatically one day in reality. Yeah, maybe you were hired on because you had an MBA and now you're a boss and that's how you got there. But that's not really becoming a boss. That's just being placed as a boss. Like, you got to work your ass off. You got to put the blood, sweat, and tears in. You got to acquire the knowledge. You've got to fuck yourself up and fuck everything else up and fail quickly and recover. And there's just a whole process of things that are just blatantly ignored when it's, this is great. Yeah, live in the night.
It's because he never got in a fight as a kid. That's this whole mindset, I think, comes back to people thinking they're made out of glass.
Well, if you listen to his stories about being a child, I wouldn't say that he never got into a fight. I would say that, if anything, he was picked on.
Yeah, and I don't know. I was using him. I wasn't speaking on him specifically. I don't know his history, but
dude, wait, that does not
like the fear mindset.
Sorry, Flo.
I don't know, man. People just gotta get fucked up, and that's it.
Absolutely,
it's not an excuse. I was picked on, and I decided when I was 15 that I was gonna become a roofer, man. And the day I became a roofer, when I turned 18, not one motherfucker picked on me ever again. You know what I mean? It's like that's it's the whole fucking thing. It's
they'd heard you've been asking around for rupees.
No, because I was hanging with the meanest motherfuckers there were, and you become what you hang around with. You become mean, and you become you don't give a fuck, man. You're not scared of anything. When you've eliminated your greatest fear, which was my greatest fear, was the fear of heights, and the reason why was I was working for one of these companies where they were installing air conditioning. And I just went out to throw some garbage in the garbage container. I went into where they put the forklift I put my foot there, went into the container and dumped the fucking garbage in there. And when I jumped off, I fucking twisted my ankle when I jumped off. So after that, I had a fear of heights, right? So then I got the roofing job. And the first time I went up onto the roof, I was scared shitless. And my first pack of shingles never even reached the roof, right? So I even told myself that day I'll never be a roofer. But I can't. I went in the next day, and I went in the next day, and I kept on doing it, man. And I became a roofer, started my own business, and did that's the whole story. Oh shit!
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. You had to climb that fucking ladder, literally, That's exactly like you can't just jump into owning a roofing business unless you climb the fucking ladder terrified with your legs shaking and not making it. You failed.
And the fucking ladder doing the banana too.
Right. Right.
Next thing you know, you're doing that stupid ass thing where you're on the 3rd floor and you're like hopping the ladder over.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've done that. I've done.
I mean, I won't do shit like that. I don't have anything to prove on the roofing front.
We just don't want to go downstairs. I've been like with my ladder on an angle like that, man, dude. But
I would suggest that your biggest fear wasn't heights; it was living by your fears, which is the proper fear for people to have. Is to be trapped to living according to their fears.
Well, don't let your fears dominate you.
Is that American culture? Because you talk about fear, you talk about fights. That's how you grow. So I think that's why I react. That's why I click the link. Like so you think that guys need to get into more fights, and you think that fear is something that drives our life.
I think that people who have never faced actual hardship do live in fear because they've never had to prove shit to themselves or anybody else. And if you're a grown-ass man who doesn't trust himself or respect himself because he's never had to drag your dick through hell, or had to fight somebody who actually wanted to hurt you.
Yeah.
You know, if you've never been through these sort of obstacles, then how are you supposed to prove yourself to yourself? And if you don't believe in you, nobody will. So
agreed.
Okay. Yeah.
So I suppose it doesn't necessarily have to be a fight, although that is my sort of go-to, because unless it's your brother or something, this is a situation where you know the other person wants to hurt you, right? So the other person is going to be going at you presumably as hard as they can. And if you lose, you're going to learn that you're not made out of glass. If you win, you'll learn that you can inflict some damage. And if you're really unlucky, you'll die your first time, but that's probably not going to happen.
I remember the first time I got jumped when I moved into Minneapolis. I didn't know how to make friends very well. I was a young man, and I thought that screaming out a vernacular that I had heard other people scream out was a great idea. Didn't go very well for me by any means. I got my ass handed to me.
What's up, punks?
What's that?
What's up, punks?
No, it was not punks. I grew up in Minneapolis, mind you.
I've never been to Minneapolis, but I do know that punk is, the N-bomb doesn't catch most people off guard. Most people know that that's offensive. But punk is one where if you haven't been to prison or know people who have been to prison, you might not know that being called a punk is a big problem.
Right. And I understand that outside it's a little bit different. Yeah, I definitely went with the other one. And rightfully so. That's not a way to learn. Well, that is a way to learn, kind of the raw end of the deal. But nevertheless, I learned to never do it again. Right there, I learned what that word actually was all about. And it was not something I needed to be talking about.
So you just discarded your second there.
I discarded.
Or no, your first amendment, right? It's your first amendment. So you just denied your freedom of speech there because other people just denied your freedom of speech.
I think that he learned the consequences it carries.
I learned that
from stupid and aggressive people. That's a good way to learn.
No, they were not.
Speech
stupid
should carry consequences.
I was on my bike and I rode out and I was trying to make friends. Obviously, didn't do it very well because I screamed out to them and insulted them. They ran across.
What's it like having Down syndrome?
Right. It was not.
That was a smart thing to do. Well, you learned from that, I'm pretty sure.
But I mean, the point,
I
do
going
think
around insulting people.
I would say that I think speech should have more repercussions than it does now. Like, there's that one caveat that's it is way overdone, but just across the board, if people had to nut up or shut the fuck up, there'd be a lot less bullshit.
Well, there are some cultures that don't tolerate any bullshit.
None of them are in Canada.
Maybe that's why they're here. the ones that don't want to live in these cultures where they don't tolerate any of that kind of crap at all. I've heard stories from different cultures, Turkish cultures and stuff like that, where there is no bullshit. If somebody does something to somebody, it's like it's not the police that comes and fix it for them. It's between themselves, and it's kind of rough. So maybe it's one of the reasons why they come to Canada, because here you can fucking fucking, I don't know, double cross people and fucking do all kinds of shit to them, and people don't fucking do anything about it. I guess I know, because I see one guy do it, and he continuously does it, and nobody says anything and just lets him do it. So I mean,
that is the Turkish culture, dude. You should just you can fuck up people, and you can betray them if you just do it nicely. It's pretty. Turkish culture is pretty much like a Jewish culture. You fuck up people. You fuck up people that you don't know, and be kind about it, and be totally critical about it.
Kind of,
and just keep good faces, and then it's all Americans. Yeah, very much
Turkish.
So too.
Well, Canadian Turkish, I don't know, whatever. It's like I'm not want to put them all in the same basket, but I know a couple of them that are kind of like the same way. So it's like
I got that Cadillac I tried to sell you from somebody from Jordan. From Jordan, that's Turkish culture, isn't it?
No, Jordan is next to Palestine.
Also. I know, but it's not the same thing. But there's similar cultures, right? Arabic.
Yeah. More
no. Okay. Maybe I'm just completely fucked off. But
no, you're just a bit off. It's,
okay.
No, but it's comparable, but it's not the same.
I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to put any judgment upon a whole race of people for just a couple of them.
All these Mediterranean people.
Just like I figured, sometimes, you know what my father used to tell me is like they take all the crazy people from all the different countries, and they brought them all here to Quebec and stuck them all in Montreal. So it's like we got people from all over the world, man. Like, and everybody's over here is kind of like, I don't know. I'm just spewing this out of the top of my head. Allegedly fucking everybody else over, like, and it's not a problem. I don't know. It's kind of weird how everybody thinks.
Wrong. Let me tell you a short story about the immigration in my country. Back in the late and early 50s, the country had to be rebuilt, right? Because after the war, a lot was destroyed. Second World War. And since there were so many highly educated
and remind me your country again.
The Netherlands. And since there's so many highly educated people and farmers in our country, that there wasn't enough people to do the work, right? Because the educated people said, well, I'm not going to be a garbage collector. I'm not gonna be a street maker, right? And so they imported people from Turkey, from Spain, from Morocco, which are different cultures. If they would import people from Belgium, France, Germany, they would mix up with us, but they didn't. So they chose people from Spain, Morocco, Turkey, because it's cheaper pay too. But here's the kicker. So they invited all these people over, like, come to the Netherlands. You can just work here, and you can even bring your family if you want. We'll pay you good money. But here's the kicker. So they recruited these people in Turkey, Morocco, Spain. And after a while, after 6-7 months, they started finding out, wait a minute. We have these people that don't know how to read or write. They're good workers. But there's also people coming to our country that can read and write. And they actually start to speak our language. They're giving us trouble. Okay, so we needed workers, but the ones recruiting the workers actually already started to siphon out, the smart people. They didn't want the smart people. They wanted the stupid people that didn't know how to speak another language, that didn't even know how to write or read their own language. So your father was not completely wrong when he made that statement. You're muted.
Flow state or Nubs? I think Nubs just like froze out.
Yeah.
I don't think he's talking to me. My father didn't make a statement about.
Oh, Nubs just unfroze.
Christo's kind of gay. That's the only statement he ever made.
You have anything you would like to say about that, Mr. Christos?
He knows.
No, I think he's currently in a state that he doesn't know yet. You know, he still
He's
has to-
too thinned out.
he does play with the idea. though.
OTW. Hey, OTW. Have you ever heard of Chris Dyer?
No? Who's that?
He's an artist. He's a painter, a muralist.
Okay.
I was just asking because he actually used to be not native, but he was in Montreal for a long time. Like he was born in like South America, I think Peru or Brazil, and then he ended up living his adolescence in Montreal. I was just asking because he was kind of like a famous artist of sorts, like visionary, visual kind of psychedelic artist. He doesn't live in Montreal anymore though, so that's the
What was
only
the name
reason I was
again?
asking.
Chris Dyer.
Chris Dyer. OTW. I'll text you a link to like his website or some of his art.
Yeah,
check
sounds
it
good.
out sometime. It's pretty cool.
All right. We'll do that, sir.
Cool.
All right. Hey, everybody. It's 9:36 a.m. here in Montreal, Canada, Eastern Time. We are the 17th of May, and it is pretty so-so in the temperature, you know.
It's cold.
Whatever.
It's
yeah,
cold.
it's not that
mid-May,
warm.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
how's your spring been? Our spring has been wet and cold. You know, not very very wet, but cold. Not freezing cold, but yeah, cold.
It's been wet as fuck here.
Right?
It's not that wet over here. We've had about 10 days of sun, which was really good for business. So yeah. I've been loving the
Who's
temperature lately.
who's the painter that does the multi-clocks?
I don't know. The what? The multi-cross?
You know what I'm talking about? You know the clock paintings, multi-clocks.
Salvador Dali.
Yeah. Thank you.
Salvador Dali,
Wow.
I think.
Yeah, my dad has a dolly, which I'm super fucking jealous of, but it was killing me because I couldn't think of the name.
By the way, it's pronounced Dali, guys. That's why there's an accent on the I at the end. It's Dali. It's not Dolly.
Cool.
Nubs,
We're
you're
just
muted.
dumb Americans. We don't know
I
all
know.
those little nips and noops and quotes and
Right.
Yeah, I
cronies.
don't even remember there being an accent. So yeah.
Yeah, well, that could be a Mandela effect, but or a Mandali effect. I don't know.
Marndali.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that Paul was calling it the mandala effect.
The mandala?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think
The
he was
mandala.
joking either. I know he probably was. I don't know.
Wait, is that
Yeah,
the same thing
sometimes-
as the the mandala? Okay, never mind.
He's like, what is that? It's like, is that a new thing?
I'm trying to get on board with you guys making fun of him, but I guess I'm right there with him in the same camp of.
Are we talking about the medulla effect?
That's what makes alligators cranky.
Yeah. It's the lizard
Yeah,
brain.
Nubs knows about the medulla oblongata.
Hakuna Matata, you said?
Man,
What a
this
wonderful thing.
this telephone game is getting really weird, man. I don't know where it's going.
It's heading straight
Yeah,
toward
when Nubs has a camera on, it's always like the ass end of being date raped or something, bouncing around,
not sure, but
getting the up the nose look.
I'm not sure. You're breaking up, but I
You
think
know,
I'm glad,
like you've never been date raped.
dude. You're breaking
All
up.
right, well, I got to jump off and cut the grass. But OTW, no, I'm not. I'm not. Listen to me. If you need to be date raped, come on down to Kansas. I got you,
Date
bro.
rape. What does that mean? Can I?
what the
Because
fuck?
I'm Canadian. Somebody want to
such
tell me
a
what that
cliffhanger.
meant? What does that mean? Dumb
Talk
Canadian.
about a cliffhanger. I mean, flow state can create a cliffhanger. Whew.
Did he say gang raped or something? What did he say?
Date rape. You said date rape. You know,
Funny dude.
I think you don't
Hey,
have to bring your own roofies. I think he will provide the roofies.
Roofies from roofers.
Roofies for roofers, right?
Well, the first name of the company that I had was called the Kings of Roofs. Really?
On a throne on a roof.
No, there was a crown on our business card. It was pretty cool.
Did the crown have a roof over it, or was it just?
No, actually, the crown was on the roof
Oh, how does that work?
with the sun in the background and one guy with a hammer in his hand. It was like a really nice business card, man. It was like awesome.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
That'd be cool
Yeah.
to make logos for people.
It is a nice
Yeah,
job.
that's I think it's called being a graphic artist or something like that.
Yeah, graphic design, digital design,
Yeah,
digital
exactly.
art. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool job, but it's a lot of time in front of the computer. Not
Right,
talking to
yeah.
anybody, and just concentrating on making. Well, but you have to love what you do too. I mean, if you're good at it and you love what love making those designs. I mean, I'm not like.
I always
really-
wanted to, when I was a young boy and I still had some dreams, I wanted to become a graphic designer. But
Really?
yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Totally
I
be my-
I
tried
wanted
doing
to as
that.
well.
It's a hard job. I find it's not something easy. You gotta make yourself a name. It's like when you're designing clothes and stuff like that. You gotta or paintings,
Yeah.
whatever. It's an art. So you gotta make yourself a name for yourself in that business.
Yeah, or work for a great company, right? For a big company.
Exactly.
Hey, OTW, do you want to pull Chris Dyer up by chance? Just
Did
because
you drop the link?
I will. I'll send it here to you. but I
Drop
was
the
just
link.
thinking-
I'll open it up.
Okay, cool.
Let's
Is
go
it
check
the
it
guy
out.
that-
Suggested it.
Isn't the guy that does the DMT?
I think you're thinking of Alex Gray.
Oh yeah,
He's like
yeah,
one of the most well known for
Yeah.
yeah. He has it where you can see their skeletal structure and muscles, and like the different layers of what we are, the eyeballs and brain, kind of like the see-through body. Yeah. All right, I'll send you a link here in 1 second, OTW.
Have you heard about this? The story that you just told, Christos, makes me think of this artist that plastinates human bodies, right? So he reveals like the how do you say this, vascular system in the body. Just so you will not see the body, you will just see the vascular system. Am I saying this right? Vascular system? The blood
Maybe I
vessel.
don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, I guess so.
The blood vessels that flow from the heart into the tiniest veins in the top of your fingers, right? And so he actually he found a way to just to plastinate a body, to plastinate a body in a way that only the veins will get plastinated or only the skin will get plastinated, right? And so you will see that is the exposition, just the human skin, just the human blood vessels, just the human bones. It's very creepy, but it made me think of the thing that you described. And by the way, he's also talking like a German scientist, this guy, but he's an artist. But he dresses like an SS officer in his free time. I don't know his name, but he's world famous though.
All right.
What?
Where's the link? I'm still waiting for the link here.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting distracted. I was just starting to look through his webpage. I was listening to what Voice said there at the end. I got a little confused. I wasn't fully paying attention. That was funny.
Oh yeah, his name is Dr. Günther von Hagens. Yeah, it's called plastination. I think he actually came up with the process.
I might be kind of crazy on this one, but you Europeaners, I don't know how we came from you guys. You guys are an interesting bunch over there.
I know, yeah.
Not bad. Not bad. I'm just saying, like, just the way that you guys do things and the way that Americans do things, like, it just doesn't seem like we're even from the same place type deal. I don't know.
Hey, Voynich,
Well,
can you give us a 5-minute monologue of what you think about Americans? Because I said people have been asking for that in chat.
I'll send you the link after he does that.
Well, dude, I actually tend to like American people, but I've always been, I've not been too enthusiastic about the American culture as a whole.
Neither are we.
Right? Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Um, but the Americans that I meet online are usually like pretty fine people. Yeah.
Well, I was in a very long monologue there, but I guess it'll do.
There it is.
Oh, I got the link. So it was just perfect, actually.
Wow, I was looking at some of his paintings, man, and I saw some paintings I've never seen by him. And it was just kind of
Wow.
like,
That's like
wow.
fucked up shit here, man.
What?
Hold on, let me share a screen. This is pretty psychedelic.
You should go to his new paintings. There's all the different sections it shows on his page.
All right, so there we go. It should show up on screen any moment now. My computer is slow. Ah, there we go.
Is there any way you can make it full screen so we don't have our face? Or yeah, I guess that works. Yeah, if
All
you
right.
go to his new paintings, it just scroll down a little bit. New paintings.
I'm there. There you go.
Cool. Yeah, if you just look at the detail of some of these when you scroll through them, and I know if you're on your phone, maybe you have to look kind of close, but it's helpful if you're viewing this on a computer to be able to see the full extent. OTW, could you take our would it make it any bigger if you took our boxes out of the picture, or is there a way to full screen that
I don't know.
more?
Maybe. Hold on. Let me check. Yeah, I think so.
That works.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Okay,
That's the
yeah,
biggest
we
I can
should
make
just
it.
scroll. That's fine. That's fine. I'm looking pretty close on my phone. I'm seeing some cool stuff. Yeah,
Your mic is
scroll through as
chopping
you.
up again.
All right, I should be good now. Just scroll through as you please. Yeah.
So these are what are these paintings representation of what?
Clearly gods.
These are just like visionary paintings, as you would call it. You know, some people call it psychedelic. But
He was painting
inspired
my
from
life.
visionary states, whether that's like cannabis or ayahuasca or psilocybin or whatever have you, you know. And some of these things you can tell if you're to be viewing it under any type of influence that, or if you've had any type of experiences in your past, some of these things make sense, or you've had visions that, like this right here. And if you look closely at this one, that's intense, dude. I think it's called Purge. You look
Wow.
closely; those are actually heads with long noses, like Pinocchio, like lying heads, like releasing lies. This painting is called Purge, and it looks kind of dark and grotesque. But if you look at the detail, it's really cool stuff going on, man. I really like his art. I was glad to hear that Austin, in a thought experiment, actually knew about Chris Dyer as well. He's been doing this for like over a decade now. He's been on the art scene for a while.
Wow.
I mean, when you mentioned his name, I thought about this guy called Gray, right? And I wasn't far off. He surely has been inspired by the guy, right? The DMT art.
Definitely
Yeah.
within that same type of art genre of visionary and psychedelic art. Definitely see an influence, of those things. Yeah, this here, wow. I really like the colors and like those flames. Wow.
Think of the amount of time and dedication one would have to acquire in order to paint that kind of definition.
No, that's why you start painting. That's why you start painting, because you can actually make that amount of detail. And so well, that's why I start painting. That's why I create, because you can do it, and then you start to look for something to paint. Right? That's more or less it. Well, at least that's how I see it. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not so much the. Yeah, it is the dedication that it takes. Yeah, but it's more the inspiration that will be needed to actually perform the dedication. Right.
I just look at my own craft. The fences that I built, 10 years ago do not look like the same fences that I'm building today.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, dude.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
I've felt the pull to get back into drawing and like just start spending hours a day doing it, because it's what I used to do when I was young, and then I just stopped after like high school and college, kind of died off. But I've been listening to these. Oh, that's cool. I've been listening to these different artists. Like I've been listening to Chris Dyer talk to other artists on this podcast he has, and one of the guys he talked to started painting when
he was like 30, and he's like 40 something now, and he's making really good art. And it just goes to show, like, yeah, it helps when you've been doing it all your life, and like ever since you were a kid, you've been honing in on this and developing the skill of painting and drawing and making art. But there are famous people, famous artists, and there are stories from people that started in their 20s or even in their early 30s, hell, even 40s for some, and they picked up the paintbrush or the pencil, and something came out of it because they didn't accept that preconceived notion, or the conditioning and programming that, oh, because you weren't doing this since you've been 3 years old every day all the time, then you're not going to be able to do this and do it skillfully or well. And it's not the case. If you have the
Most
heart for
certainly
it,
not.
you take
No.
radical action, you can do a lot within a couple of years.
But you said like late 20s, late 30s, or 40s even, but you didn't say 50s. But I don't know if you heard of
Anytime.
it, right? You can start at any time. I heard about people starting to be an athlete at 70, and they actually won marathons, right? We all know, well, most of us might know Paolo Conte, who was a carpenter or a plumber until he was 50 in Italy. And then he said to himself, well, actually, I want to be a pianist. And he became Paolo Conte. He made magnificent, marvelous songs, 2, 3 albums that were just magic. It was just a carpenter, or just, how do you call this? Yeah, just a carpenter.
Mm-hmm.
He said, well, and now I'm going to be a pianist.
That's Alex Gray right there. I don't want to cut Voy off, but don't skip this picture just yet. OTW, because Voy was on the flow there, but I just Voy actually mentioned earlier.
No, but I was just building on your topic. You can just start at any time.
For sure.
And we especially don't need any university or academics, especially not. Please don't. Just start by just do it. But then again, people that will do it via a course, that they will get to great results either.
Right. Yeah. Rather than think about or talk about how it should have started, or one should have started earlier or younger, wipe that clean and just completely start now. Don't even have that frame that you're starting from of, oh, I didn't do it when I was younger, so XYZ. Nope, I'm starting it now, and we'll keep doing it. So
yeah,
and that's how I feel myself, honestly. So I'm gonna, when I go home later, I'm gonna make sure I spend a couple hours going through my old drawings and then just starting to draw again.
Well, like you said, you should start drawing again, right? So I did that because it made me think of what I produced. I think of 5-6 years ago. I started drawing again, and it felt so not uncomfortable, but my hands didn't do what my mind wanted, and I was like, I can't get that line right. And it took me a week, dude. It took me a week or longer just to get the thing on paper that I wanted to get down. And it looked so amateuristic when I started. And the second day, and the third day, and the fourth day, and I looked at my own product and I said to myself, "Boy, you can draw. What the fuck is this? If you haven't done it for 10 or 20 years, you're gonna need some days to get back to your skills." That's what I found out, and I was totally dismayed by the result. Like, what the fuck, dude? You cannot draw. You need to, it took me a week or two to get back to drawing. If you don't use it, you're gonna.
I got to get back to drawing too, man. I have a bunch of drawings that I actually need to make. I have somebody who wants me to draw him a Batman, and I have other people that have been asking me for drawings too, and I haven't been doing it. I haven't had any time, man. I guess I have to take the time.
Yeah, well, streaming is fun too.
Yeah, I have to admit.
Yeah, I remember you always had those drawings behind.
Yeah, they're upstairs in the room that I was in. But since I was doing the 30-day challenge, I haven't moved everything back upstairs, and I kind of like it down here. I was actually thinking of moving everything over here, back over there, and paint the wall green, and have it as a green screen so I can put like some cool images in the background. And yeah, I was thinking of that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Yeah, I might do that today. I guess it's not going to cost much. Just like 1 pint of paint, I guess, to do the wall. Can't cost more than a pint. What do you guys think? A
I
gallon
don't know.
for a wall? No.
I think green paint is gonna cost you a bit, and before it's green, you're gonna have to. It's gonna take 2 layers, or at least.
So might as well buy a gallon, make sure I don't run out, and I'd have some for another green screen that I'd want to make somewhere else, right?
Well,
Yeah,
see,
good.
I don't know exactly how much a pint is. I drink a lot of those pints. Maybe that's the reason that I don't know what a pint is.
I don't know. Paint must be expensive now. Everything's expensive now. So
Yeah, even fast food is expensive.
yeah, $15 for a Big Mac.
You're
Well, I
not
mean,
kidding.
with the fries and the no, I'm not kidding. 50 for the trio, $15 for the fry and the drink
Wow,
and
that's
the burger.
crazy.
That's fucked up. I don't even eat that shit. And no way, no fucking way.
No fucking way, dude. I get a high quality burger with fries. Okay, no milkshake, but a really high quality burger for $18 and just some fries and some salad, But the main ingredient is the high quality burger, with high
Right.
quality meat.
Right.
And yeah, and that's $19. That's 19 euros. And that's expensive for a burger, okay? But it actually looks like that. Yeah, it actually more or less looks like that. And it's Wagyu. And
Look at that,
dude,
man. Does that
yep.
look juicy and with that bacon there
Scrumptious.
and those tomatoes and salad and all that cheese? Oh God, does that look good?
Some truffle mayonnaise on top.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Or some Dijon was I actually love Dijon mustard.
I love that
Big-
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the man's mustard. Always keep a like some normal mustard handy if ever I need to sculpt some down real quick. See, I have one here right here now. I have one.
That's not mustard. That's mustard sauce. Mustard sauce. Something different.
It's like I'm a mustard addict. I'm joking. Everybody, I just left it there from yesterday.
Well, that's disorganized.
I am. I'm completely disorganized, and that's why Flo stays like, why is it so clean in that Canadian house? It's because you haven't seen the rest of the house.
It's just the parts that you show online.
Yeah, those are like. Well, it's not
But dude,
really
I mean,
that disorganized, but in my veranda, it's like a fucking bordella. So what's up, people? Do you guys need me to drop a link in chat? Because you guys maybe would like to come up here, like Yurt. Hey, Yurt.
yeah, we need some young blood, fresh blood.
Yeah, come up here, Yurt. Click the link, Yurt, or Lubass.
Give me something to
yes, yeah, Lubass.
because-
Click the link, Lubass. You're good to you're good today. You need some of that Canadian energy up here. There, come on. Click the link there. Either Yurt or Lubass. I see you guys in chat there. Come on, click the link. Go ahead. Don't be shy. You guys usually, especially you, Lubass, you're not that shy. You shouldn't have a problem.
Wait a second. Lou is coming up. I don't know about that. That's a crazy Canadian right there.
Yeah, I know. But he's from Ontario. That's forgive them for they know not what they do.
Really, wow. That triggers me. So that's Ontario. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I'm from Quebec, right? And I have nothing against Ontarians except for the fact that they're from Ontario. But
they can't help that. They can't
no,
help that.
I guess
They
they're good
could.
people. I'm just fucking with them. I like it's like it's a Quebec or Ontarian thing. It's
Yeah.
I don't know.
Your guys' quote unquote states or provinces are like all half of our states put together. So it's like Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Illinois all together as one, landmass wise.
Yeah, that would be one province, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it consists of all 13 people.
Yeah. Something like that. We're not that many up here. I think like in the city of Montreal, there's like maybe 2 million people that live there. Something like that.
I think we have suburbs bigger than that.
In the whole province of Quebec, I think we're like 6 million or 6 or 7 million.
You can't say 6 million, you know. Can't say that. It's offensive, dude. 6 million is very offensive.
Why? What's wrong with that number?
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know
small
why.
number.
I tried to find out, but I couldn't find out. What's up with 6 million? Why is everybody so? I tried to find out what's up with 6, and no, everybody's no, it's so offensive. We can't all talk about it. Oh,
Well, in the whole country, I think we're like at 50 million or 52 million
you can't say that. That's okay.
for the whole country. That's not a lot of you guys in America. What are you, 350 million people there?
333.
333.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It's like 330.
Wait a second. Is Smith up here? There's a lot of numbers going around.
You funny, Nubs. You pas mal drôle. All right, so guys, it is presently 10:06 a.m. here in Montreal, Canada, Eastern Time, and it is presently 4 degrees Celsius, mostly cloudy. We are the 17th of May, and we got cult member number KY number 2, Mr. Lubass himself decided to click the link. Welcome, Mr. Lubass, to the stream.
There
How you
goes
doing,
the fucking
sir?
neighborhood.
There goes the neighborhood.
At least it'll be cleaned up for all the roadkill.
We'll keep the neighborhood smelling nice.
Tell us a story, Lubass. What happened? What happened since yesterday?
Hold on. At least my grass
He's gotta
is.
show us his local roadkill.
At least my grass is cut. Okay.
Well, come on down, Lou. Since you got all that extra time to cut your grass and everything.
Bro, I haven't even gotten out of bed. I'm in such pain.
Dude, Juan cut his grass, okay? It was just Juan.
Can't even freaking move. Yesterday, I overdid it in the garden, and my legs are fucking jelly. Oh, I dug like a maniac yesterday all day, and I'm hurting.
You know what Wes Watson says? Get up, you bitch!
Fuck Wes Watson. I smell a little bit of shit when I don't know. I like everything he says, but every time he talks about jail, I smell a little bit of shit.
I don't know the guy, so I'll just make jokes.
Especially when he says stuff like he had collaborations between the races or something like that. He said, we were collaborating. That does not exist in jail. Like, I don't know what he's talking about. And he says he was in some riot that was a riot between the Spanish and the blacks, and the whites were not involved. And he says he was involved, and he's not Hispanic and he's not black. So I don't know what he's talking about. So there's a little bit of shit smell in the air around him. Not that I want to discredit the guy. I think he's got a lot of good information.
Are you talking or speaking from a Canadian prison perspective or an American there's a difference between a penitentiary and a prison, right?
Well, both, but it's more pronounced in the American jails. Much more pronounced. Like it's here too, but here occasionally there is collaboration between the races. There's not in the States. It's just not.
I've heard that being in prison in the United States is really tough, right? That, here, being in prison here in Canada is like a walk in the park compared to being in prison in the United States. And then it goes up another level when you're in prison in Mexico, right? Which is a completely different. You could disappear completely there.
As long as it's written in both languages, you can say pretty much anything in Canada, and people might get offended, but they won't tell you, eh?
Well, yeah, it depends on the prison too, right?
I watch Canadian Bacon, dude. I know. I have full experience with Canadians. I border Canada. You guys send your fucking geese and you send your fucking black squirrels like you're trying to fucking invade the place. Oh, yeah. Hey. How you doing, eh? I'm on to this fucking
Fuck it,
bullshit.
that's the way you guys talk, the Minnesotans.
No,
Minnesota.
we
Minnesota,
always
eh?
say A after everything.
Yeah,
Man.
but
I know,
the way
I
he's
noticed.
talking sounds like a Minnesota guy.
Hey,
I'm from Minnesota.
It's
You know what?
Minnesota, eh?
The ones that I like. I don't know from which part of United States they're from, but the ones that say "yeah" after everything, where are they from?
That's
Yeah,
London.
East Coast.
No, that's London. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe London.
That's London.
Yeah.
That's London.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
That's not completely. That's North London. Yeah. You hear what I'm saying? Yeah. And yeah. They speak like this. Yeah.
Yeah,
also
that sounds
Australians.
familiar. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. I like that.
No, I haven't been in prison. Like, I've been in jail. I've never been in prison.
You
But I
look
have
it.
many people that I know that have been in jail in America and in Canada, and it's the same pretty much both ways. As far as races go, they're very segregated, extremely segregated. They keep to themselves. The races keep to themselves, and there may be the odd person that can sort of fit in one or the other, and generally they choose from. What I understand. Like I said, I've never been in prison. I've just been in jail, like, short stints here and there. But yeah, he says a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense when it comes to jail. So I don't know. He was in jail. Wes Watson was in jail for killing somebody that raped his daughter or something.
Killing
Is that right?
somebody? No, he went to jail for drugs.
I don't know. I guess I was
No,
misinformed.
man.
I thought someone told
He
me
went to
that
jail. He went to
killed
jail
someone
for
that killed
some
his
kind of a
daughter or
drug
something.
thing.
Was
What?
it a drug?
No, it was a drug thing.
Okay, so then
He's selling
I'm
drugs, dude,
misinformed.
and he got caught or something, man.
Okay. Then I was misinformed.
Well, I think I can't. I cannot confirm nor deny what I just said because actually I don't really know, but I think that's what I've heard.
I
But
don't
I'd
really
have to
know
go.
either.
Well, there we go. So we can't presume anything because we don't know. So what we do is we go do a background check. Go check all his videos, one after the other, and he'll eventually say whatever the information that you need to know. He'll say why he was in prison.
I bet you a quick Google search would come up with it.
Who cares?
Right.
He's got the point. The point
Let's
is,
ask let's ask Chat GPT.
the point is, the guy says some things that don't jive with what prison life is really like. So that's all that I was trying to say. Was Watson?
Well, lots of people do that in today's society. Not dropping any names or anything, but
like who? Drop a
I
name.
said I'm not dropping any names. No questions, Lou.
Whenever somebody says some people, they always have one specific man or woman.
Yeah,
in
I
mind.
know. What
Yeah.
a cop out.
I've
Just
noticed that too.
say your piece. If it's true, then the person has nothing to complain about.
No, but I get it though. I mean, it's not cool to be in prison. Period. And whether you behave,
it's not. It's not.
whether you behave like an alpha or a beta or a fucking zeta in prison, I really don't care. I really don't care because you know why? Because I'm not in prison. So
a lot of times it's just how you present yourself.
Some people, or no, I'm actually saying, but people.
I'm gonna ask
actually,
Chat GPT.
They actually derive a status from how they behaved in prison or how they tell the story.
Well, it says something about you. It does say something about you. It really does.
Yeah.
Like if you go to jail and you didn't commit some crime that deserves you going to PC because the other people want to kill you, and you just go for some regular thing, drugs or whatever, and you end up going to PC, which is protective custody, because you caused something that other people want to fucking hurt you for, then it says something about you and how you deal with people, right? Because generally, doesn't matter. Well, at least my experience. Well, maybe mine was a little different because I knew a lot of people that were there, so I didn't have to really fight too much. But some people, even though they're like a scrawny little whatever nerd. You know, they get along quite well in jail because they don't put their nose in other people's business. They mind their own business. They walk their line, and they don't cause any shit. And people leave them alone generally, right?
So there's no
It's when people
information
go in there
about.
sometimes.
There's no
Someone
information about
told
Wes
me.
Watson. Sorry, Lou. I just wanted to point out. No, there is no information about Wes Watson previous to 2021. That's what ChatGPT says.
That makes some sense, eh? Because I told you, man. I don't know. Someone told me that he went to jail because he killed somebody that raped his daughter or something like that. Like I said, I can't confirm or deny that. But now that you say that there's no information, I don't know. Who's to say whether he ever was in jail?
But that's what ChatGPT says.
Okay, let me tell you this. I'm just imagining this scenario that you just described, right? So when I would have killed a man for hurting my touching my raping my daughter, I wouldn't be too proud about it, and it wouldn't be something that I would say online, especially after 2 years or after 3. Dude, that's not something that you talk about. It's not, oh, I was in jail because I killed him. No, you keep that to yourself.
Yeah,
Even
those are the things
you
that
don't
nobody.
go around bragging about it. You might tell it after a while, but you don't tell people this firsthand. No, dude.
No.
I don't know too much about it, but if I think of myself, no, that's not something that you carry on your sleeve. It's not something that right. It's not something that you say like the first or the second. No, it's just something that you keep to yourself. You killed somebody. That's not something that you share with people, even if you killed them for the right reason. Like, oh, I killed somebody because he raped my daughter. Dude. That's a novel. That's a novel that this guy is trying to write. This is not something you wear on your sleeve. No,
I agree. I think some people that brag about other people that they hurt, kill or not kill, or just hurt other people that talk about it, put it out there, in my opinion, are people that are extremely insecure with their own selves. They're trying to build a narrative in other people's eyes because the narrative does not exist in their own eyes. They're fearful people, and they bring these things out just to create a narrative around them to protect themselves.
And they will always allude to a narrative that's already in your mind, right? Oh, you killed somebody because he raped your daughter. Oh, that's a good kill.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you're a killer, but you're a good killer, right? I mean, it's so fucking obvious. Sorry, but I just don't believe anything about that.
No, I agree. I agree with what you said 100%.
Yeah.
And I've been in the situation where, in my younger years, where right now my life could have been completely different had it not been for my own morality. And I don't want to hurt anybody. It's never been in my heart to hurt anybody, even if they deserve it. They got to deal with it when they meet their maker, right?
Yeah.
And I've been in positions where I was literally, at the end, holding the right end of a pea shooter, right? And they're standing in front of me and they have no clue that the pea shooter is ready to go. And I decided, no, I'm not doing this. And they deserved it, right? And I've been in that situation twice in my life. And I so thank the Lord for what my grandfather put in my heart about that, because that saved me from hurting somebody, right? And it's not a thing to be proud of, even if it's for a righteous reason.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's not because I'm religious or anything, but it's, whatever. It's, in my mind, it's the Creator's job to deal with them in whatever way he sees fit. He, she, it, I don't know what. Call it whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, I recognize what you say. I mean, I have not been in many fights, but in some fights, And I remember
when you're young, a couple of fights I think is important to have, because you need to have your shit kicked out of you once, and you need to kick the shit out of somebody else once. I'm not talking about hurting. I'm talking about just a fist-to-fist fight. I think that's important to develop a man in some level.
Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but the moment that I could actually take this guy down, I mean, he just didn't stop attacking me, right? But I was like 10, 15 kilos heavier than him. So I was like, yeah, dude, just stop doing this, just stop annoying me. I wasn't really scared. I wasn't really fighting. It was just like, yeah, come on, dude, don't do this. But he just kept on going. And so I had to stop him. I worked him down on the ground. And there was this moment that I got into this rage, right? Because you have
Yeah.
to fight. And he was down on the ground. And I just wanted to hit his face, And the moment I saw his face, I was like, his face was already hit, has been hurt like many times before. And I looked at his eyes and I said, dude, you know this moment, right?
Yeah. I know what
And
you're talking about.
I said to him, I'm not going to do this. Step up and step out very quick. And he did so. And I kicked him on the way out.
Yeah, like in his ass or something. Kick him in the ass or something.
Literally kicked him in the ass. I could have destroyed his face, but I chose not to. And he knew the moment very well too. And he didn't thank me, but I just kicked his butt on the way out. I didn't destroy his face. I wouldn't want to have that. There would be blood on my floor and everything.
Yeah, and again, same deal. Anybody that reaches that point where they see their opponent is immobilized and unable to defend themselves anymore, and they continue on to cause more damage, that is a person that is fearful and that wants to create a narrative to other people that he's a strong, tough, don't mess with me, because they're a fearful pussy.
Yeah.
That's the person that goes past that point. And,
well,
and
I didn't. And he just also, I mean, we were actually fighting, but he just stood up and he walked out, He knew what moment it was. I knew what moment it was. And I held that moment back. So, yeah.
And that's what makes honorable people, honorable men, right? That's the thing. Like that's why children fight, right? That's why when like, my kids even, they would get into these battles, I would kind of let them let them go, let them have it, right? Yeah. Because it's how they learn, when they get older, it's how they learn to be, to temper themselves.
It's also important for you as a father to see like which one will go beyond the point, right? Or will they even reach the point, or
Yeah. And I thank God for my kids because they are all really good kids, despite the issues that I'm having now with the oldest. But they're all very good kids, and like I would get called.
How old is your oldest?
How old is she?
Yeah.
Well, she's 30, going on 37, so she's almost 40 years old. So she's not a kid.
Hey, I'm gonna jump off.
Okay, go fuck yourself. Okay.
All right. See you around, Nuds.
Leave us alone. Okay. Stop bothering us,
guys
Nuts.
later.
Good speaking with you, Nuts.
Peace, man.
You're yapping, Lou. Keep it up. Keep up the good cleaning work. I'll keep them. Anyone I see, I'll drag off the side of the road for you, buddy.
Okay, check the eyes. Make sure they're still glossy. Okay.
No gray eyes. I got you. Talk to you guys later.
Ciao. Peace.
Yeah, my kids, because we let them kind of duke it out and settle their own disputes. They have a very strong sense of justice today, I believe. And I remember when, especially the second oldest, when she was a kid in school, there was this little girl that was kind of, I don't know if she was autistic or not, but she was very frail and kind of, and people would bully her. And my daughter would beat the shit out of the bullies, right? So I got called in because she hurt the bullies, right? Because they were bullying this little girl. And so, yeah, you have to let them do it as children. Otherwise, they never learn it as adults. Then it comes out as adults and they hurt somebody badly or they get hurt badly. And then there's, a lot of parents, they just, they're fighting. Stop it all. Stop the world.
They're usually fighting for a reason,
That's right. Yeah. They're learning, right? They gotta get through that learning process. And when they're children, they're still very connected to their nature. So physicality is very much part of our nature. They're just exploring it at that age, right?
Yeah, I remember my nephew. I don't have any children of myself, but I remember my nephew being I think he was like 7 or 8 years old, and there was this bully, bullying him and bullying everybody. And he's a strong guy, a tall guy, right? So he just punched back. He just punched him because this bully was being a bully, and
Yeah.
so he got invited to the director's office, right? So why are you punching the bully? He said, well, because he's a bully. And the director actually said, yeah, but that's just how he is. So
Oh my Lord.
so everybody else should just accept the misbehavior of the bully. And I was like, no, Morris, that's his name, right? Morris. No, you did
How
right.
How long ago was this?
Yeah, that's like 16, 17 years ago.
Okay, so it was maybe before the whole, or maybe the beginning of the whole everybody gets a trophy mentality.
It was around 2008, I think. Somewhere in there.
Yeah. So the everybody gets a trophy mentality is probably already
Right?
started by then. Yeah.
He's just a bully. You should just accept the bulliness. Oh, but we
Yeah,
can't bully him back? No, because you're not the bully. Okay.
No. Now soon it's going to be. Well, it's a pedophile. It's a natural expression. It's just a gender identity. Pedophilia is just another.
I'm just a pedophile killer.
Yes,
I'm just a pedophile killer. Let me do my thing.
It's just a sexual preference. That's all. It's not. It's like being gay. It's okay.
Yeah, well, it didn't used to be okay, but then in the 80s it got okay. And I mean, look at where we are now.
Bro, I know gay people that are freaking out right now. Because I had some guys when I was growing weed, I used to sell to these gay people because they were down on the gay strip selling dime bags, like half a joint, and they were selling it for $10, and I was supplying it to them.
Yeah.
And they're just regular, normal people, older, my age, whatever. And they're fucking disgusted with what they're seeing right now. They're saying to me, we regret being part of the whole, let us get married. Let us just be, all this shit.
And that's a good thing. They should regret it. They should regret it. They should regret it. And they should take action to that regret.
A lot of them do. They just don't get highlighted. They don't get highlighted. They get squashed. They get canceled. The minute a gay person starts talking about this agenda they're pushing, they're shut right up. And you would be surprised. There's a lot of older gay people that realize this is crazy.
Yeah. But they also feel and they acknowledge that they have been used and abused, especially for that agenda, right? Since the 80s, since the 70s, since the 60s, since the whole so-called sexual revolution.
Yeah. I heard some statistic. I can't remember it exactly, but I'll give you the gist of it. In the 50s or something, there was something like, I don't know, in all of the United States, something like 100 or 200 people that claimed gender dysphoria. In the late 50s or early 60s or something like that. And now on an average year, it's something like 20,000 or something that claim gender dysphoria. It's some crazy number. So
dude, how can you have gender dysphoria when you have a functional gender, right? I mean,
well, there are some people
or dick. Why would you be confused?
Right.
I have pussy or I have a dick.
Well,
listen,
I don't know.
When you're an actual hermaphrodite, you're gonna be confused. Like, is this a big clit or a tiny dick with no balls? I get that, okay, but that's not the issue. That's not the topic.
But even those people, generally, from what I understand, they generally relate more to one gender or the other, whether it be male or female. They're not. They don't generally, from what I could be wrong, but from what I understand,
you're right.
They relate to one or the other. They don't necessarily relate to both.
And usually they don't get the surgery. They don't do the operation. They're like,
Unle-
well, I'm a bit confused. My body is confused. I'm confused, but I'm going to choose this. I'm going to be a man or I'm going to be female.
Sadly, in the old days, some of them were
Killed.
not killed, but worked on to bring them closer to the gender that the doctors believed they were. So if they looked like they had a big clit, they might do some surgery to make it look a little bigger. And if they looked like they had, whatever, they would remove certain parts to make them. And that messed a lot of people up that had that issue. But mind you, when they say a lot of people, you're talking about 1 in a fucking million.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe more than a million.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe more than a million. It's extremely rare.
And if surgery can help these freaks of nature, excuse me for the term, but they are freaks of nature, and if a surgeon can help these people, I would gladly support that.
You use the word anomalies rather than freaks.
Anomaly,
I don't know. I don't know if I like the word freak.
No, I didn't like it either. But my English is not, But
anomalies, because there's always anomalies, right?
Yeah.
What's up, Dick?
That's where people don't like my view on it, and where I irritate people is, it's not that I really have an issue with a grown adult doing whatever they want to do, is if they're not harming someone else. It's just that I don't normalize it.
Yeah.
You're not going to tell
that's
me some dude with a beard and a dress is like something I should say to children. Hey, yeah, that's the society you're going to grow up. You're going to see that all the time. It's real normal. It's real regular. We have that everywhere. No, it's not. You see that anomaly. You see anomalies in nature. You see all kinds of different differentiators in genetics and things going on. And I think a lot of it, as I've said on here, is chemically induced. It's hormonally.
Yes.
It's, from the environmental toxicity. So even when they say they're born that way, I do agree. There probably is augmentation happening in the genetic pool. My fucking dog, I get up, I walked my dog, I took him for a good shit. He's fucking going crazy this morning.
It's because you're talking to somebody. He wants you to talk to him.
Well, I am having these weird synchronicities where I'll come into streams and I want to say something and I can't get a word in edgewise. And then as soon as I go, like, put it on the broadcast speaker and start doing dishes or something, everybody's like, Dick, what do you think about this? I go, why does it always happen that way? Where as soon as, you get distracted and do something else, then everybody wants to hear what you got to say. So
I have the other way around. When I'll be talking for 5 minutes, and then the other person starts to talk on the panel, and I think, oh, I can go to the toilet and listen to my own piss while I hear the other person speaking, and then they just stop talking, and I'm like, I'm not done pissing yet, and they're like, does anybody hear me? Does anybody hear me? So yeah.
No, I've had that experience too. Yeah, I relate to that.
It's funny.
Keep going.
Yesterday, I think it was Scott was on. I don't know if it was Paul's or Talcott's panel, and Scott, he can go on for like eternity talking, and then Jack or Paul, I don't know which one it was, left him alone, and then he stopped talking. You don't want to talk.
Exactly that. When you count on them talking forever, they will just stop talking. I mean, so reverse psychology again.
Dick, shut up, please.
He won't stop talking.
Damn it, Lou! I'm taking a piss.
Man, it's StreamYard. I was trying to figure out something on StreamYard, but anyway. So, great day, gentlemen.
This Grand Rising, I've missed a lot of it. I heard the, I guess, transgender discussion. Has that kind of been the crux of it?
There was a point where Flow State was up here with Nubs, and we were talking about construction and stuff like that. And
yep.
Yeah, and
Flow State was triggering me on something. I remember he said something that pissed me off. I almost got up then. What did he say?
Oh.
What was that conversation about? Not that my opinion matters.
I don't know. We ended up talking about marriage and stuff. It went into different avenues there.
He said that boys need more fights. That's what it triggered me. Like, oh, yeah, all boys need to fight.
Yeah, that's when Voynich came up. Yeah.
That's what triggered me. So that didn't trigger you, of course. No.
Well, he's right.
It was after that. I did catch that part though.
He's right about that. Boys do need to have some fights when they're young. Do you not agree?
So we're not really on any real
I agree.
topic right now, unless
No, not necessarily.
want to
Not
continue on the
necessarily.
one. There you go. Well, there
I
you
mean,
go.
I think it's
So,
great if you
could
put
talk
them in
about
martial arts because they can work a lot of that out in a controlled set of circumstances where you don't get some rage abused child that then goes and kills another child because he has no limits and boundaries in his mind of what's good, right, and true. Because there is situations like that where it's just horrific. You know, people don't understand the limits of their own strength, and people do things that you can't reverse the clock. You know, it's now you've made someone disabled for the rest of their life because you wanted to punch their face in.
But Dick,
So
isn't that like that's the point that Full State was making? That's number one. It's extremely rare that happens. Number two, that when you do it in a controlled fashion, I agree that might be better in some ways, but then you remove the element of the possibility of seriously getting hurt. And being in a situation where you know you can be seriously hurt because the opponent wants to hurt you, and then there's nothing that can stop them between you and him. Isn't that part of the learning experience? Right. I think that's maybe what was controversial about what he said.
There's a lot of learning in these social dynamics. I remember this kid I grew up with. He narked on some other dudes about a bag of some goodies, you know, and that did not go over well amongst our whole crew and outside of that crew. And a bunch of these hooligans organized this deal where they dragged him up to the top of the hill to this little spot, and they all just took one after another, just beat the fucking crap out of him, beat him like, you know, to where it shouldn't have gone. And then they left him there. And so he had to walk down the hill with parts of his face hanging off and all this kind of shit. And
But he survived, right?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so
And he never narked again.
Wow,
I'm not saying it's all bad, Lou. I'm just saying I've seen extreme examples of this. And I myself experienced that in the islands. Now, I have a totally different perspective on it, and I think it's a valuable perspective because growing up, I thought the only reason I was picked on in the islands was because I was a little Howley white boy. And that's what they would tell me, you know, on the playground is, oh, you little white piece of shit, you little Howley shit, you know, go back, get off our island and you know, all these things that they would say. But now I look back and I realize, well, for one, I didn't have a dad, so I didn't have that male figure to tell me, just punch some motherfucker right back in the nose and scrape his eyes out and fucking grab him in the nuts and do, you know, let him know he's never going to fucking treat you like that. And, but I had someone later show me that, you know, and that was good because you get a male figure in your life. But so I realize now that they were preying on weakness, even though you think it's a racial thing or whatever. It's really not. It's like if you hold yourself and present yourself in a certain way, people will know they're not going to be able to get the best of you in that way. They're going to have to come at you in another form or fashion. Or, you know, you've got the flip side of that where these latchkey kids, you know, some of them are so vulnerable, they're so weak. And then the bully is so much of a bully, he doesn't know his limits because he's getting beat at home. So he's not a balanced guy that's trying to challenge the weak of the pack and make them stronger. He's actually an abused bully that wants to hurt and maim and do harm. And so those are the dynamics that I see play out where it gets really destructive. And it's not to say that they're all co-equals. You know, there's a lot of different situations that can develop, and I've seen a number of them. Some of them real valuable, some of them, you know, where it's like, wow, did it really have to go there?
That's the nature, though, right? That's the nature of it, right? Sadly, I mean, yes, shit happens, bad shit happens, but in the end, again, I think Flow State had something there when he said the component of someone else being wanting to hurt you, and you know there's nothing in the way of that. That's a big, you know, a big light bulb moment for some people, right?
You're describing the police force.
Oh, well, forget about that. Those are just, we're talking about a whole different class of fucking sovereign citizens there. Forget about them. Yeah, that's a beautiful fucking situations, police forces, eh? Yeah, you take a fucking regular dumbass off the street, maybe a nerd who's never had real power in his life, maybe never had a fight, maybe he's not too smart. You give him all the power of the state, guns and a whole army ready to present themselves at a moment's notice. Just got to put out the call, take away all give them immunity, and then install into the general public's mind that they can't fight them back. Yeah. And you've created a monster.
Yeah.
And they all are. Every damn one of them. I don't care what people say. Oh, there's just those 1%. No, they're all bad. I don't care what anybody says. They're all bad. They're created to be bad. Just those few dynamics that I mentioned, and there's a couple of more, makes them automatically monster. I don't know. That's my
opinion. Because you described the situation. I see the situation like, well, that pretty much describes the cop, right? Somebody that wants to hurt you, somebody's gonna hurt you, somebody's not gonna be held accountable, and you're gonna be hurt, and probably you're gonna be the perpetrator instead of the victim when they hurt you. So
I love their faces, because there's a few times you can see videos of where the person that they actually are there to abuse, and I say all the interactions they have are abuse, but when they're there to abuse somebody, they generally know that the population has it instilled in their mind not to fight back, because then it'll be worse for you in the courts and blah, blah, blah. So most people resist the temptation to fight back, probably 99%. But it's beautiful to watch the transformation. The transformation of these cops' faces when they meet somebody that has the power to bring them back to who they were before they had the badge and the power of the state and immunity on them. And their face, if you watch some of these videos, there's rare, but they're there, where somebody actually takes this person and brings them back to the reality. Their face is an amazing transformation. You see it on their face, like they turn from white to black, or black to white, or pink to blue. It's a beautiful transformation.
Well, sorry, I have such a moment on video, but it was not very beautiful. But I know what you talk of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it when they get, killed or whatever. Although sometimes they brought it on themselves, right? That's bottom line. They brought it on themselves. I just watched one, I don't know, a week or so, a few days ago, maybe. I don't know when it was. Maybe yesterday. I don't know. Where they get a wellness check, and they literally drive onto someone else's property. There's a woman standing next to a truck. It's apparently this guy's mother. He's got a hunting rifle or shotgun in the back of his car, like all farmers do. And he's having an episode, or some mental health episode, and they get out literally in 4 seconds and unload their weapons onto this guy, with the mother standing right at the door of the truck trying to talk to him. And they were called in as a welfare check, and they just unloaded on him because they saw a shotgun on the side of his truck.
and nobody gets to court. Nobody.
Yeah, well, they're suing, right? And he survived, oddly enough. 9 shots in him, and over 50 bullets riddled his vehicle, and he survived. His mother, I think, was hit too. So they got a big lawsuit, but none of them are going to face any sort of justice for what they did.
Right? Yeah, so I want to dovetail a little bit. You have this system where you could have had the Wild Wild West, where it's Little House on the Prairie, and Johnny and Opie have a disagreement. They go out past the tree line and beat the fuck out of each other, right? But then they come back and they have dinner, and Grandma and Pa talk about, did you learn anything? You got to not be roughhousing like that. And it's all a good little story at the end, and everybody moves forward with life. But you got this programming and this indoctrination where these kids are watching these games and they're just sitting there killing and fucking maiming, and then they're seeing that visual and they're playing that out in their mind, and they're strategizing and they're doing everything that it would have a normal being do that was in a battle scenario, constantly in that state. So there's a lot of dynamics that I just want to point out too that are playing into all this. That police officer, he was probably a bully that was abused, that never got checked. How much of this shit did he watch growing up now? Those games have been around for, plenty of decades now. So he wanted to be that fucking power hungry tyrant bully. He wanted to fill that character at some level. I don't know if you see that.
Or they were a nerd that was bullied. And I don't know if nerd's the right word, but someone that was bullied.
He's the bully
Yeah,
that didn't get checked. That's who that
Yeah,
Yeah,
cop
well,
is.
but there's
Dick,
also a
Dick,
lot of those
the
nerds too.
combination, the actual composition of a police army is the bullies and the bullied.
Yes,
That is the
absolutely.
composition. It is
Yes.
it is
I
one
guess
big
you're right,
bully.
yeah.
It's
I can
one
see
big
that.
bully or two big bullies, and those are usually the commanders because they can stay in that position for 20 years. So these are the guys that are 40 years old, 45 years old. They're real sick fucks, right?
Yeah.
And the rest are the people that were being bullied and that are now part of the bulliers gang. So they can bully other people and they will do anything that the bully says. That's the composition of a police army.
There's another demographic you may be missing, though. Actually, two demographics that you might be missing. There is the bullied, there is the bully, but there's also the psychopath that knows that job will give him the power to do the damage that he wants. And then there's the other one. There's the one like Christopher Dorner, who maybe goes to become a cop because he wants to fix the system from the inside and he wants to do good. Those don't last. They're weeded out quickly.
Yep.
Right? And like Jeffrey Dorner, they're burned alive, right? Because when he realized that the system was so corrupt that it was unchangeable, he resorted to killing police officers. And that's all he would kill. That's all he killed were police officers. Many people, he got rides or grabbed them to use their vehicle. He told them, look, I ain't going to hurt you. I only kill cops. Right, because he realized how corrupt these people were and how unfixable the system is. Right, and then there's the idea.
That's why I'm calling out to all psychiatrists. Like, I've been bullied by these fucking bullies, and I've had a lawyer, and there's been the district or the Department of Justice, and there's been the justice and the officer and the judge, and they're all talking from the same mouthpiece. They're all just mouthpieces of the devil. These people, they all talk the same language. There's not one controlling the other.
That's fascism. You're describing fascism.
Yeah,
it's exactly what fascism is.
These people need to be punished.
I think it was also Flow State that said that earlier, that we live in a fascist system. I mean, we all know that. Anybody that's awake knows we live under the whole West, the entire West is basically a fascist system. It's not democracy, and it's not a republic. It's not a democratic.
I'd rather describe it as police state. You know.
Well, yeah, that's the end result, but the beginning is literally fascism, right?
Yeah.
Even the United States has literally the symbol of fascism, right? Lincoln, the big statue of Lincoln, both his hands are planted on this bundle of sticks tied together, the symbol for fascism, and he's got both his hands planted on them, right? So that alone tells you what the West is, how the West is designed. It's a fascist system, and Germany was created by the same people, right? That's why they took all their top leaders, top scientists, top businessmen, and they brought them over to America under paperclip, right? So it's all fascism, the whole thing. I don't know what the solution to get out of it is, but I have a sense that
in corporations, I guess at some level, right? You'd have to
corporate fascism,
clear the slate of that whole entity. You can't have a non-liable structure that has all the rights of a human, but then can get away with murder and have no legitimate liability other than little fractional reserve fiat notes. Actually, they're not fractional reserve anymore. I have to correct myself on that. They have no reserve at this point. It used to be fractional, but
the reserve has been gone for fucking 50 years.
Well, that was Nixon, but now it's not even fractional. Apparently,
fractional already.
They took away the fractional limitations of it, so it can be exponentiated.
Was already a nomination of a degradation. You know,
it
was a 10x. Now it's a slippery slope. Some are 100x in it. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah. It used to be you put $1 in the bank, they create 10 on top of that. I don't know if it is. So you're saying now they create what they decide they want to create, whatever number.
Look into that. From what I understand, that's the case now. I don't pay attention to it that closely, but I heard that recently on one of these little financial broadcasts I was listening to. Maybe I should vet that a little more before I say it as some kind of definitive statement, but I believe now it's more than 10x. Like they have increased the limitations, and it's just a slippery slope from here where they can make it whatever they want.
Whatever they
It
choose.
used to be 10x in the 90s. That's what, and I know it's gone up since then, like way more.
Yeah,
What a
it's a
fucking joke that
crazy
system
system.
is, huh? What a fucking joke. They're gonna take your money, more than 10x it, and then issue it out in loans and gain interest
And then
on it.
still,
No,
and
no,
then
no.
still
They're not
ask you
taking
for
your money.
30% more, right?
They're
No,
not
no,
taking-
you need to pay more taxes now.
They turn it into 10 times your money and issue it out in loans and gain interest on it.
Yeah.
And then the fact is, it's
But now
not even
much
money;
more.
it's debt.
It's just
You're
debt.
literally-
That's what I mean. They issue it as debt and then they gain interest on it.
Yeah, you're literally buying your shit with debt. You're not buying it with actual money. Nothing can, it's all debt. We function under debt. That's why in my heart, I believe there will come a time when it has some form of exponential collapse. And I think when they call, the third world, they call it the third world.
Yeah.
I think they call it that because it's like, I don't know what the number 3 would mean on that, but the people of the third world do not easily fall into this fascist system. They may have the laws, they may have all of that, but they kind of do what they want to do anyways. Like if they want to build a house, they pick a fucking hill and they build a house on it, right? Oh, but that's government land. But they do it anyways. That's why you get all
they
these...
definitely don't trust the system.
And they don't trust, exactly.
Growing up, the way that we were blindfolded and just trusted, I mean,
right.
The way they gave you this kind of hard sell that America's so virtuous and righteous.
Yeah.
And just so free, and the lighthouse of hope on the hillside, the beautiful, for all the lost ships at sea, it's the shining beacon of truth.
Right.
Everyone can come here for freedom. And I actually believe that shit because I don't know. I mean, I was just told it over and over again. So even just having that bubble popped was pretty shocking, actually. Like, this is the most corrupt thing. It's exact opposite.
Who was it that said none are more enslaved than the ones that believe they have freedom, or something to that effect? So I got it wrong. Someone else help me out here. I don't know how to read, so I might not know how to speak either. But yeah, none are more enslaved than the ones that falsely believe they are free. And that's the epitome.
You would always remain suspicious, right? You're
right.
Never not on guard with that.
Right. That like exactly. And someone else, one of the founders of America said that you have to remain vigilant, or I forget how it was worded, but
sometimes you have to cleanse liberty with the blood of patriots or something along those lines to ensure that
the tree of freedom should be fed with the blood of patriots and tyrants regularly.
From time to time.
Am I really gonna be the one to quote?
Yeah, we should be I should be the one actually, but I don't care because I'm not well schooled and I'm not very versed in any of that stuff. So
no, but the quote I was thinking about was more along the lines of freedom is not free. It is you must remain eternally vigilant to maintain freedom. There's a quote around that idea that it's the vigilance.
Vigilance is the price of everlasting freedom.
I don't know what the quote is. I'm a fucking idiot. What can I tell you? But it's the idea I understand, and that's that you freedom is not free, and it's not safe.
Right.
And you need to fight for it continuously. And the minute you take your eye off that jewel, and I think that's in that saying that I'm talking about, the minute you take your eye off the jewel that is freedom is when it's stolen from you, because you relieved yourself of vigilance.
Talking about freedom, go check your email. I just sent you something.
It's a mindset though, right? Really at the end of the day, it's being vigilant to what you have in your dome, because even the word breaks down. It's a free dome.
Yeah, free dome.
You can run around. You got to get it right in your head first. That's what it's telling you. I mean, if you don't have it right there, it's not going to embody anything outside of you or extend beyond just some novelty you like to say, oh, I'm free, Well, if you, I mean, really, if you're not willing to die for it, then essentially you don't actually have anything to stand on there when it comes to rights and freedoms.
Right. It's like Mexico, right? People have this idea that Mexico is this violent place and blah blah blah. I don't think anything could be further from the truth. And did you know that Mexico has a Second Amendment? Do you guys know that? Yeah, Mexico has a Second Amendment.
Yeah,
now,
I did know that. Yep.
The government has placed all kinds of statutes and codes like they have in America, limiting this right of the right to bear arms. So they've limited it with statutes and codes, but you will not find a Mexican man that does not have a weapon under his pillow and a couple more stashed between his mattress.
A lot of cases,
right?
you can't take it out of the house, if I recall correctly.
But they all do.
Oh,
they all do.
Yeah, I got you. I know.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You tell me that wherever a family goes out to the picnic, I guarantee you go look in that vehicle and there's 2 or 3 or 4 guns in there, right?
But
or
hey,
maybe
I'm sure it does keep the peace at some level, knowing that you're going to face a double barrel slug or fucking buckshot or something coming right at you.
Yeah,
that's because I always wondered that actually before I knew that. I remember going down there as a child and doing construction work to build houses for these people. And we would do it out of chicken wire and mud. And they were so happy, a family of 18, just to have a little 10 by 20 shack built was all the difference for them. It would just change their whole lives. But as I grew up, I wondered, because I didn't think they had gun rights. Like, what do these people do in these situations? Because I'm sure all the mafia and the worst among them have guns. But actually, you're right. They all have guns. That's how they handle it.
They all have guns. They all have guns, and they all know
can't make it without it.
And
they don't talk about that in our politics here on the grand stage of the. It's like, how do you think they make it in some of these other places? They're just doing it regardless.
Yeah, it's all propaganda. It's all propaganda, like everything. And they don't take shit from the police either, right? Like, if the police do something like the police do every 5 minutes in America and most of the Western world, but quite a bit more, it seems, in America, if they were to do something like that, where they blast somebody who is unarmed, the people themselves will find these cops and they will put them down. And it happens all the time. So the police are a lot more polite to the people than you would think in places like Mexico, because they know the people will fuck them up if they do something stupid. They have checkpoints that they just drive through them, right? The cops have put up these checkpoints or whatever, these toll things. A lot of them are run by the mafia, and not the mafia, the cartels and the government, right? They work hand in hand. The government is the cartels. That's who they are. And they put up these toll roads and shit, and the people come up to them and just drive right through. It's only the tourists that are paying the tolls, right? The rest of the people throw rocks at them and drive through, right? So it's a mindset, right? Freedom is a mindset, and America
they don't even take them seriously. They just throw rocks.
They don't. They don't. No.
Yeah, I could believe
it's
it.
against the law to drive around drinking there, right?
Yeah.
But you'll routinely see Mexicans on the back of a pickup truck with a cerveza in their hand, right?
Yeah.
And nobody fucks with them, right? So
I used to go to Ensenada a handful of times, over the years, and every time we would take a bus down, but it was a local that was driving us that lived there, and he knew the whole area. So I don't think if we had to go through one, I'm sure he just had a relationship and it was smooth or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, going down there's a trip. It's just such a different society in the way that they handle their business. They're so interdependent and independent, and not looking to their government for solutions. It's like amazing how Americans, we think we're progressive or some kind of like high level thinkers. We're all slaves. I mean,
yeah.
Even at the best among us, the system has made us be on that nanny state tit to a degree where we're just used to having roads where there, I saw a pothole the other day that was like 1.5 feet deep, and I was going like 50 miles an hour. And I said, man, someone's going to die. That,
Oh, yes.
Because people aren't used to the roads not being fixed like that. And I'm starting to see that in some places. But I don't know. But if that happened on a mass scale, can you imagine the people out here, just even with roads breaking down? It'd be so much mayhem. So
initially. What do you mean? If what happens? If like
all these little subtle conveniences that everybody takes, clean water, your municipal systems of clean water, that
come on, are you
I'm
saying
always
the
criticizing
water
about.
coming out of the people's taps in America is clean water? Come on, Dick, you know better than that.
Well, I mean, that doesn't kill them immediately, is what I'm getting at, because it
Yeah.
doesn't have biology in it that's going to cause
Yeah.
them just
Yeah.
massive
It
dehydration and painful death.
keeps them alive so
You
that they
mean
can get the
fecal matter,
cancers,
Dick?
the cancers that
Well,
they
there's a
get.
number of Montezuma's revenges. It comes from a bunch of different sources, actually, if you look into that stuff. I mean, everything from your creek water. If people have to go source water, hopefully they'll boil it, hopefully they'll filter it. But there are so many conveniences. There's not any one thing I can point to. I just see a system of people that have been babysat and held up by a nanny state that's disabled them, essentially.
But
We
it's
talk
not
about it
the
all the time. They
state.
can't source their own food. They couldn't hunt if you asked them to. They wouldn't know anything about
I think
bushcrafting to make a
I
quick
think
shelter.
I think you guys are talking about a process, though.
Explain.
Well, I mean, sure. Go ahead. Yeah. Expound.
Sorry, I missed what you said, Dick. I didn't hear the last part. I got cut off somehow.
I'm not saying anything important. I was just acknowledging that I think, we're going to see the worst of it in the USA anyway, and probably Canada second, places like that. The West is going to feel significant pain in the days ahead, more so than these other cultures. The third world cultures that we're recognizing are better at defending themselves, better at providing for themselves, better at working together, and they don't depend on the government.
They
So we
will
should be learning
survive.
from that. That's all I'm really recognizing.
They will survive, Dick. We won't. I mean, I
Pretty
will.
much, yeah.
No, but I'd like to disagree with you, Dick, on the topic that you say all these tiny little differences that we are used. They're not provided by the state. They're provided by human kindness, by humanity. If I would know how to make clean water out of dirty water, I would provide the rest of my neighborhood with clean water, right? So that's where it derives from, and then it gets hijacked by
Or
the
you
state.
could say it's provided by demons and gremlins, right? Because they don't give them clean water; they give them poison water with fluoride and heavy metal particulates and all kinds of
if that's
chemicals
what you
in it.
want to, if that's your statement, that could be your statement, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's humanity that provides clean water for other people to enjoy the clean water that you are enjoying yourself. That's humanity, and the state capitalized, hijacked it, and capitalized it. So that's what happened.
Right, but let's connect the dots,
It's not. No,
we were
but it's
talking
not,
about
when
the
you're
manipulation
talking
of
about it in the
currency.
way that you did. You're talking about
When you manipulate the currency and you're siphoning off,
the state
you're
did not
creating
install it.
imbalances,
The state
bubbles
did.
that will pop.
Okay, just let me
And
finish.
as they do,
I
it's gonna create.
would just keep on finishing. The state did not install it. It was humanity that installed it, and the state hijacked and capitalized. End of my statement.
The state hijacked and capitalized it with the people's consent and with deceit.
No, that's no,
and
dude.
with
That's
also
no,
indoctrination through birth.
Hijacking
with propaganda.
does not include.
So it's a null and void
does
contract.
not include consent.
It's a system
Don't
of
you understand?
socialism.
Don't you understand? Oh, so
it's
you don't
it's
understand
a bank-run
the
system.
concept of
We
hijacking.
just verified it's.
Let's get ready to rumble.
It's worse than fascism, really, because there is no separation between this corporation and the government, because the government is a corporation. So it goes back to that inherent structure that it's not liable. So yeah, so it is the state that is the problem in that respect, because people actually have to be responsible and take the accountability for their actions. The longer you have systems that allow people to obfuscate that and put it into these straw man fictitious type of vehicles, the less they ever have to, I guess, take accountability for anything. I mean, I don't know how they sleep at night. Apparently they do, but I guess if the system says it's okay, then it's okay. But it's not any kind of natural type of process. I mean, this is absurdity. It's monopolization
of hijacking and capitalizing. So you can just keep on talking. That's okay. If you don't want to have a conversation, if you just want to be contrarian, that's okay. For no reason at all.
Why are you so angry?
Yeah, are you done, Voy? I mean,
Am I?
go ahead and keep
Am I?
expounding on it. I'm listening. If there's more points you want to make, I don't think I'm
No, I thought
not
that you
hearing
wanted
what you're
to make
saying.
a point because you said that all these little conveniences like running tap water is not a little convenience. So
Okay, well, I characterized it in a way that you're not comfortable with and doesn't fit within your narrative. But then
no,
let's
it's
say
not a
that they're
little. It's not a little.
modern
Running tap
conveniences.
water
How
is
about
not a
that?
little
Does that work for you
convenience,
better
dude.
if
No,
I
that's
define
not
it
a
that way?
little.
How about that,
That's not.
boy? How about that, boy? If I say
I don't care,
modern conveniences,
dude.
is that
You talk
okay?
shit all the time.
Is that
It's
okay if
not
I
a
say
little.
modern
Running tap
conveniences? Is
water
that a
is not a little
appropriate
Hey,
way for me to
convenience.
characterize it
Running
so
tap
the
hey,
water.
conversation is
If you would
fluid
just
for
want to keep
you?
on lying over
How
the
would you
things that I
like to
say,
frame it
I
up?
would
What
say
word
that
would you like
running
to
tap water
use?
is not a little convenient.
Well, it
But you
wasn't the
say that
only thing that I
running
was
tap
pointing
water
to as
is
an
just a
example of
little
what I was talking
convenience.
about. But all
That's
the
your
modern
statement, dude.
What
conveniences.
we've got here is failure to communicate.
Yeah. So
Voynich, everything
if
that
you
people
state
take for granted on a
if
day-to-day
you state
basis
which you
that they
stated that
think
running
is
tap
always going to
water
be there,
is
your
just a little
electric grid, your
convenience,
modern conveniences
you're a
that you count on, that these other people
dishonest.
don't have that reliability, right? Because they're sitting in a situation where they might be off the grid altogether, or maybe they have a tank of gas. Sometimes it's filled, sometimes it's not. When they don't have the fiat to put in to get the tank filled, they just got to make do and figure it out.
To use all
People
these words,
who have
four
that
words,
type of
not addressing the
resourcefulness,
topic, not
ability to
addressing
fabricate and
the
solve
actual
problems. See,
failure,
you're the one who doesn't
the
want to have a
actual
conversation.
lie, the
Go
actual
ahead,
lie
boy.
that you just
Go ahead.
it's not a little
Take the conversation
convenience.
wherever you'd
Running
like to,
tap
because
water is
you
not
want
a
the
little
stage. Go
convenience
ahead.
that people are going to be. Running tap water is not a little convenience.
Can I dare to
Why would you
say?
keep looping on that? I already conceded. Go ahead and have your victory, dude. It's like, it's not a little convenience. Bravo, you're so fucking intelligent. You took me to task, man. Boy, did you fucking get me on that one, boy.
Can I be a little?
That's
Can
impressive.
I be a little bit contrarian to both of you? What I would suggest is that if you want to talk about water, that our water system in America, in the state, in the Western world, it's all fluoridated, it's all chlorinated, it's all got that whatever. I would suggest that our tap water, or clean water, as you would call it, or some might call it, is a modern inconvenience. And let me be more precise when I say, or let me qualify that. If I'm saying it's an inconvenience, it's because when you go down to Mexico and you drink the water, a lot of people get sick, right? Why are they getting sick? Because the water is actually natural water that they're drinking, and their stomach biome has learned to adapt properly to natural water, natural bacteria, natural systems. So their body is working more correctly with nature rather than ours that's been fluoridated, chlorinated, and destroyed from within. So I would consider that an inconvenience that we consider convenient.
Yeah, that's why I characterize it as demons that are doing this work, because Voy was making it like they're all altruistic and they're doing the good work of humanity. And there's another side to it. I agree, Lou. Also, the point being, they're disabling you, but it's not all good to have what's in that water system either. So the biology may be on one level challenging your microgut biome and making you more diverse so you can fend off disease. But on the other side, there's a lot of toxicity. So it's not like either one of them are really great, if you ask me. We need clean watershed, clean water systems.
Yeah, no, but hold on. I agree, but you have to understand also that, take for example the Hadza in Africa, right? They don't have running water. They hunt all day. When they want water, they go to a low area of the land. They dig a hole, and this brown liquid comes out of it, and they get on their hands and knees and they drink it, and their dogs are drinking it right next to them, and it's just a brown liquid. They call it water, we would call it mud. I don't know what we would call it. And these people are, their 80-year-old fathers and grandfathers are running like 20-year-olds right next to them, hunting every morning, keeping up with them. at 80 years old. So they don't have any of these conveniences, and I say that with air quotes, like we have, right? Where we drink this water all our lives, and by the time we're 60, 65, 70 years old, we not only can't run like the 20-year-olds, we can't even walk like a 20-year-old. And we're carrying a bag of pills on our shoulder, and it's getting heavier and heavier by the day, and we're dying younger and younger. So what's the inconvenience and what's the convenience here? It's convenient to the people that are running this show because they're making mad profits and mad control over us with all these convenience, again with air quotes.
So everybody's speaking some truth based on their own perspective, and I think that's the thing that maybe Voynich is not understanding, is that you two kind of live off the grid, so to speak, and that you're kind of more in rural area, and Voy is kind of in the city, living in an apartment.
No, I think that's not the difference. I mean,
well, like it kind of is, Voy, because think about it. Think about it this way: they can have better access, Dick and Lou, to water. If the water was turned off tomorrow, let's say from the corporation, so to speak, right? Voy, you and I would have a tougher time accessing water, and it would be.
Yeah, but now you're making it a contest, and it was not about
no, Voy. I'm not making.
Yes, it is, Voynich. You have an inferiority complex about your
1 second. No, guys,
your conveniences. Yours has to be big.
I'm not trying to make it in a contest. I'm just trying to bring it to a point of understanding, because it's perspective.
I'm confident with small conveniences.
It's perspective of your surroundings that gives you a certain thought process as to what you deem is correct and incorrect. For example, Lou was talking about somebody in Africa, tribal people in Africa, drinking mud water, and there's a truth behind that, because there's fulvic and humic minerals in that water, and that's what is a lot of nutrition for people that's lacking nutrition. Their perspective is quite different to what water tastes per our perspective. And also keep in mind, the game Monopoly, right? There's a lot of truth in that game too.
Voy, do you live in an apartment?
Man. Talking to myself. No, wait.
It was better. Can you mute yourself again, OTW? It was better that way.
All right, Emilios, man, I wanted you to expand on what you just said there about the Monopoly game.
Hey, but Emilios
look, in Monopoly, we've got the waterworks, we've got the train, we've got the utilities, right? And that's one way to make a lot of money, because it's a monopoly, right? At the end, the bank takes it all, the biggest corporation out of the bunch, right? So I think there's a lot of truth in the game of Monopoly, because wasn't it JP Morgan that said, "I want a nation of doers, not thinkers"? And by doers, he meant people doing tasks, not thinking.
Could I also applaud Emilios on what? Hey, I want to applaud Emilios on what he said. That was very brilliant. People are in different circumstances. If the water grid goes down for me, Voy, I will take my simple pump up my pressure tank.
You're making it a contest again. I love it. You win.
And have no water issues whatsoever.
Hey, dude, you win.
For me,
you win.
It's actually an inconvenience because I pay taxes on people's water for my land that I don't even use.
I'm going to be your opposer.
Trump card, you're wrong.
You're still fighting.
I retract my concession. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Voynich. You're once again proven wrong.
You don't come across as bait at all, dude.
Voynich, do you live in an apartment for real? Do you live in an apartment?
Yeah.
Like, well, how big?
I'm beta, but you're not showing your face.
Yeah. I was talking, bitch.
Yeah.
Do you live in an apartment for real? You live like what? How many square feet? 300, 400?
It's not feet. I don't have feet.
Okay, square meters. How many square meters?
Dude, it's been 35 years or longer since I attained this, so I don't know the actual.
Okay, so you live in some place that you can reach one end to the other in about what?
Yeah.
4 seconds? Okay, good. So if you took away all your personal items out of that place, what would be the difference between that and a jail cell?
Oh, really? This is a contest. Okay,
no,
so
I'm just asking.
Yeah, it is a contest. It's
I'm
not
just
only
asking.
Dick. It's not only Dick. No, it's not only Dick. Lubas is teaming up.
I'm not.
Is there
trying
anybody?
to make
Is
it a
there
contest.
anybody else that wants to join the team?
I'm
Is
just
there
asking
anybody
you.
else that wants to join the
Now we're
team?
playing ball.
Because it's
I'm
not
just
only. I don't
asking.
only have municipal water. I also live in an apartment.
Okay, but
Voynich,
how
I
different is it than a
I
jail
love it.
cell? How
I live
different
in
is
a
it? That's all I want to
con-
know.
I live in a condominium as well, and quite honestly, there isn't a time that I don't feel like I live in a jail cell, and I've done it to myself. So they're just speaking from a perspective of truth, and that's what this.
Since I live in an apartment and you live in a condominium, I should.
No, it's the same thing. Apartment condominium. Forgive me.
Yeah,
It's the same. It's the same difference.
We should team up against.
No. Voy. Maybe I miscommunicated. Forgive me. Apartment and condominium are the same thing. Forgive me. That's not.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's
the same thing.
Yeah.
Forgive me for misspeaking.
I mean, you can have some
I meant it actually as a peaceful thing to keep peace in the group, because I think we're just talking different perspectives and having a misunderstanding on perspective, not in a contest.
Are you a Libra, Emilio?
I'm a Capricorn, actually.
Oh, okay. So you're a bit of a peacemaker too.
Well, Capricorn can be super stubborn, but yeah, I try to think logically if I possibly.
Capricorn's my ascendant. I'm Aries.
Aries,
ascendant
nice.
Capricorn, yeah.
But I don't know what my true sign is, right? Let's go to maybe a little bit more peaceful ground just for a moment, because I don't think anybody was trying to play contest, and if it was deemed that way, forgive me, boy. That wasn't my reasoning at all.
I think that these people are American, or and so they just think.
Louis Canadian.
I'm Canadian.
Yeah. Well, it started with Dick.
Voynich, you're the one who split hairs on a fucking nothing burger. Who the fuck cares? I mean, are you just trying to make
guys?
content?
That's okay.
Who
That's
fucking cares.
Dick,
Modern convenience,
Dick, it's okay.
Small convenience. You're gonna fucking bust my chops on that one and blow a gasket on that of all the fucking things I've said and done on this
talked about water
metaverse.
coming from the tap as a small convenience.
Who fucking cares? I'm over it. Can we move on? Talk about something productive. You're small, insignificant,
That's cool,
minuscule.
Dude. If you talk about running water from the tap as a small convenience, that's just a stupid statement, dude.
That's not the situation I'm in, though. I'm not on your grid system, so it looks a little bit different from my view if you had a different perspective.
That's what I reacted on.
Voy, you're correct.
If you want to keep running water as a small convenience, just try to do without this small convenience in your big life, dude. No, that's
just
not
give him the screen and let him talk about it for 3 minutes and get it out of his system. He's got to really just fucking drive this point home that it's a big inconvenience. It's big. It's not a competition, but it's really, really big. It's not small. It's big.
See, there he goes again.
Who cares?
Keep on doing it, dude. I love it when you do it. Teach me.
I don't understand what's happening. Why are we going so fucking off the rails?
Well, let's
a simple discussion. Like it's just
his voice
an
splitting hairs on a nothing
of
burger.
Ideas.
All right, cool.
Why are we?
Can I ask you guys to change the topic really quick? And because we talked about signs in the OTW, and everybody, whatever you know about it, isn't there kind of a thing? If we think about that, the time clock is really artificial and has changed, right? Then we really don't know our real sign, so to speak, right? In astrology. Does anybody know anything about that and how to get your real sign per se?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. How did the Jews do it? They're the ones with the oldest calendar that I'm aware of. The Jews have they're in year 5,700 and something. So if they have any, hold on a sec.
The Mayan calendar is older, isn't it?
Yeah, but but isn't it like Terminator or something? Isn't it over that calendar? Isn't it past? It's like
the calendars.
It ended in 2012. Yeah. Kind of. I don't know. That's why they said it was the end of the world in 2012 or something like that.
Well, there was some truth. There were some big changes that did happen there, and look where we're at now. So there might have been some truth.
Yeah, but that's not what this said. It didn't say the world ended. It said the world transforms.
Correct.
And we have transformed.
Right?
We have transformed.
A reset, right?
Yes.
Right? So they've been leading us all along in some aspect, right? And that's why not to bring up sore subjects and nobody trigger anybody. That's why I have great respect for Dick and Lou, who live the way they do, and my heart of hearts, my inner voice always told me to live that way, but I fought it for modern conveniences and to be
You
part
still
of this
can,
corrupted world.
Emilio.
I
You
still
still
can. You're
can.
absolutely right. It's just I have some responsibilities that kind of shackle me at the moment, preventing me from do that. And I do want to ask you and Dick a question. Do you guys have friends and or family surrounding you that helps you guys in any way, shape, or form, or are those just kind of relationships that you bond by doing?
Well, myself personally, most of the stuff I do on my farm is stuff that much of it do myself. Occasionally, one or more, my kids will help, but not often. And some friends will help also. But the majority of it, I do what I can handle. I do enough that I can provide for myself and my immediate family. And that's pretty much it. It's not a lot of work. People think that it's so much work. Like, right now I have, like, just for example, I'll give you an example on whether it's a lot of work or not. I have 2 cows, right? Both of these cows are beef type cows, right? So they have dairy cow mixed into them only to create a better, a little more higher milk quantity for the calf. So the calves get bigger. So they mix a little bit of dairy cow into them to give them a bigger bag. But the point I'm trying to make is, if I were to get rid of those 2 cows, which I'm considering doing as soon as they give birth, I would buy a Jersey cow, which is solely for milk. They're not a meat type cow, although you can eat them, but they don't have put on as much meat and fat as they just put on more milk. I could keep that cow in my front yard for 7 months out of the year, and then for maybe $500 worth of hay, I could keep it for the winter, and all I need is literally my front yard. And I've kept the cow on my front yard. And then with 1 cow, I never have to do anything. I don't have to clean its shit. I don't have to do anything like that. It just walks around, eats grass, and I move it from one side of my yard to the other side of the yard once a week so that the grass can grow on one side, and then you know what I mean? And it's such a minimal amount of work. And if I want, I could raise 4 beef calves per year on that 1 cow, because those cows will accept other cows' babies. And she will raise them for me without me doing anything. And when I want a piece of cheese or some milk for the house, I take those calves off for a day and I milk it once or twice. Minimal amount of work to do that. And I can make my butter, my cheese, and my milk for the house. And it's it's like the amount of work, a cow, like, because I'm going to the biggest animal, it is less work than keeping a dog.
Really?
Yes, it's less work. If you have, like, my front yard is maybe an acre of land, right? And when I had one of my cows, the mother of the other cow, she was literally on my front lawn till she was old enough to calf. When she first had her first baby, she lived on my front lawn. And I had 1 wire of electric splitting my front lawn into 2 sections. And for a week, she'd be on one section, and the other section was allowed to grow. And then I'd move her to the other section, just open the gate. She knew when it was time. She knew when it was time. She'd be waiting at the gate to move over. And it's so easy to do. Like, or for example, if someone wanted to have a couple of goats, a couple of goats, you can literally keep them on a long leash that you put a screw thing into the ground, and you move them around with the leash so that they have fresh grass all the time. And that would mean like once every 2 days you have to move them. And what is it? Pull the screw out of the ground, move it fucking 50 feet and put it back in, and you milk them a couple of times. If they don't have babies, you have to milk them at least once a day, but you get all that you need. You get your butter, your milk, your cheese from one animal. And what's left over, the whey, if you want to raise a pig to make sausages, you feed that whey to the pig and you have the best meat you can get because it's a milk-fed pig. It's so much less work than people think it is. At first, it seems like a lot of work.
So much misunderstanding because you you would have had that part of your culture, your heritage, your upbringing, your generational skills that were taught to you was how to handle these animals. And as agrocentric people, according to any historic book, sacred text, whatever, we always live this way.
That's right.
And so the idea of a store that provided you a convenience, because people are characterizing that I was just talking about water, I was talking about all these little things that we take for granted day to day that have handicapped us. That was the whole crux of what I was presenting. They would have been just little inconveniences, and even still, for me, in some ways are, if the store goes down, I still got chickens to eat. I still got egg producers. I do have a neighbor right down the way that has goats that will provide me milk, that just gave me goat burgers that I had no idea how good goat food. Oh my God.
Goat's amazing.
Really? Goat burgers?
Oh, yeah.
I'm hooked, man.
Goat burgers? Really?
Oh, you have no clue.
Wow.
You have no clue how good it is.
Yeah. It's
goat burgers.
Beyond
Wow.
amazing.
Okay.
But so they should be little inconveniences. They should be small issues, but they're not, because of course how we live and how we've been handicapped.
Well, you've heard the saying, a slave to your passions, right? Well, I believe we're more a slave to our conveniences than to our passions. Yes, we can become slaves to our passions, but most people today in the Western world, at least, I would say probably 85%, maybe 90% of the people are complete slaves to conveniences, right? Slaves.
I would say it's 90%.
Exactly.
Yeah. I would say it's 90%.
And they've been trained in their mind to believe it's so unattainable to be self-sufficient. Like, okay, let me backtrack a little bit.
I don't think unattainable.
No one
I think
can be
it's been trained in the mind
self-sufficient.
that it's not desirable, right? Because it's not part of the consumerism.
Right. And that's what's going to make the third world survive any major power outages. They will survive.
And I'd almost make the argument that, what do they use to also drive that? They use the woman to drive that too, because what woman wants to be on the farm, right? She wants to be pimped up and decked out, and she wants a guy with a nice car and a lot of money and a jet set lifestyle, right? That's what most of these dating apps, all these women have some, bizarre fantasy that every man is like, living the jet set lifestyle.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, it's I'm probably
But
the only
actually
one
they
left.
do want it. Sorry, Lou, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dick.
I was just going to say they do it at a carnal level and also a provision level. The woman wants a provider and a protector. So
correct.
They may show some resistance from what I have seen, even in my own relationship. There may be resistance to go and be remote, but eventually the whole world just grows towards you anyways. And there's relief because of that, because you created that distance. So, I mean, it's sometimes you have to compel people into what is the right thing as the leader. But I think most women would love to be out with a man on land where there's actually security for the children. And she knows in her mind, like, as she sees the world breaking down and all the shit that they promote on the news and all this, it's like, well, we do have a plan in place. It's not like there's some kind of just nonchalant attitude towards how we're going to take care of our children.
That's how I think everybody's internally wired and should be. I think all of this discussion is that we've taken the internal wiring, that inner voice of what we should be doing, and have quieted it to the point that it's mute for 90% of the people.
I understand what Dana's saying too. Not every woman's like that. What I'm saying is I think there's a lot of women that is an undercurrent that's within them that they would love to explore and actually have an experience with. If they could, they just don't see men that are willing to live that way and lead that way.
It doesn't. I mean, it sounds exciting the way you promote it. I mean, I would totally go for that, even as a woman. But then again, it doesn't guarantee you anything, does it?
There's never guarantees. No, you're correct.
Okay.
And there's not even this. I was going to say about self-sufficiency. That doesn't exist either. No one is self-sufficient. Even 200 years ago, no one was self-sufficient. People always relied on the the greater community around them. So like Dick was saying, he has chickens, he has some eggs, he has whatever he produces in his garden and XYZ, but he has a neighbor that can get, he could trade some eggs if shit goes bad, and you could say, here, I'll give you some eggs, or I'll give you some of my eggplants or my tomatoes, and you give me some of your milk, and we have a deal. That's relying on your greater community. That always existed. Even when we were hunter-gatherers, that existed, right?
Absolutely, Lou. And I think that's why this is part of a process, right? So the process like that, and then as the community grows, then rules and stuff come into place, and then these conveniences develop, and the people rely on them, and then absolute power corrupts absolutely. So then people in power become corrupt and create corporations, the dead corpus, to hide behind, to do their minuscule and dirty, dastardly deeds, right? What might not seem like it's dastardly on the onset has some kind of benefit behind the scenes for them. And then it grows and grows and then becomes broken, right? And then resets and restarts again. I mean, and I think possibly that's what we're seeing. And again, I'm just theorizing.
That's the thing also.
It sounds a bit like too simple of a story to tell like evolution of a society. I mean, it's a bit too naive of a story. Like, oh, it goes like this, and then that happens, and then that happens, and then that happens. It's a bit too simplified. I mean,
we're not evolving, Voight. I don't think we're evolving as a society. I think we're being transformed.
I think we've devolved.
We're literally being transformed from the outside in. It's external forces that are slowly transforming us from natural, wild humans that relate to each other on a community level into caged farm animals surrounded by pavement and asphalt and towers full of jail cells, and we're being transformed
and now maybe biological changes as well, Lou.
Yes, biological too. Absolutely.
Forced biological changes.
Yes, I've made the point about my own. I mean, it may be anecdotal. That's fine. But my own family, where my great grandmother came here with a pocket full of seeds for her tobacco because she liked smoking cigars, and she lived, and her husband lived to 106 years old, and then my grandfather only lived to 95 or 92, my grandmother, and now my father's 85, and sadly I hope he lives forever, but he's 85 and he can't walk, and he's at the doorstep of death with a bag of pills, right? And we're devolving, living less, being more sick, and being trapped in these jails called cities. We've been transformed into prisoners that do tasks for the corporation. We're no longer free, natural people on the land where there is the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. That's gone. We're now in these prisons called cities. And it's an agenda. It's a plan. It's been in motion for 200 years.
And all I'm proposing is do what's natural.
I think
if there's a way to depend on nature or a system that is closer to nature, if that's possible, and you can do that even at a small scale, within different areas of your life, it's just one foot in front of the other. You're not trying to eat the whole elephant at once, so to speak. You're just planting a garden. You're getting some chickens. You're trying some meat birds. You're figuring out how to run a chicken tractor and move it around. You're getting your first goat. You're figuring out how to milk
it. Slowly.
And before you know it, you got a plan, and it's pretty resilient and it's sustainable. So yeah, there's no guarantees, but I guess one thing, if you wanted a guarantee, would be the mindset you have of that skill set oriented fabricator, problem solver, and then also the fact that I have resources that I've acquired, knowledge, animals, things around me that are actual solutions to the problems I might face. So I can employ those. And there's backup plans too. By the way, that is your neighbor. That is
exactly.
You guys work together and you know each other and what you're up to. And you're thankful that each of you have a similar mind in that way. And what you find is when you go to the sticks, you meet those people. They're all around you because that's why they're there.
That's why they're there. Life. Exactly.
Yeah. They don't make it unless they're willing to live a little bit more muddy, dirty lifestyle.
Close to the land. I've often
Dick,
said you
what
could
state
be
are
in
you
an
in?
apartment building and you can raise enough meat on a balcony that you could probably sustain a couple of people with 2 rabbits.
Rocky Mountain High, Colorado.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
2
nice.
rabbits. I've heard rabbits produce. I've never raised them,
Yeah,
but I've heard
with a
they're
male
just
and a
so
female
prolific.
rabbit,
Yeah,
you can raise, and you can go cut the grass in the park yourself and dry it out and raise it and feed them. And you could raise with a male and a female rabbit, you can make enough meat to probably sustain a couple of people on a balcony, in a fucking prison apartment. So
what is it about rabbits though? They don't have enough fat. Is that what it is? Something
Yeah,
you get some
Yeah.
disease if
Something
you
like
eat
that.
them too much.
Yeah, but that's only if you remove and you don't, because our Western idea of food has been so changed that we take the good stuff and we throw it away and we eat the bad stuff, which is the muscle meat. The native people knew that the first thing you ate was because rabbits don't have fat in their meat, but they have it internally. So when you open up a rabbit, you'll see 2 layers, big chunks, layers of fat on both sides of their ribs. What the Western world does is take that liver, that heart, the lungs, all of that stuff and throw it out, and those 2 layers of fat, and they throw them out. There's enough fat if you keep all the internal organs and eat them all, then you have plenty of fat. You could survive off a rabbit. But like I said, we throw them out, the most important stuff. So yeah, you just eat the muscle meat, you can't get enough fat to sustain you. You'll probably get scurvy.
How many rabbits did you eat last year?
Myself, I actually stopped raising rabbits for the last couple of years because I've just got too much meat, right? Like I got freezers of meat that I can't eat, right? So I have to, I'm giving away meat all the time because, I make 80, 90 pounds of sausages a year. I make prosciutto, I make capicola, I make, beef. I make all this stuff. I kill 100 chickens and 50 of them are mine. My neighbor gets the other 50. He pays all the bills and I raise them and I get 50 for free. So for me, it's great.
Nice.
But I don't eat 50 chickens in a year. That's 1 a week, right? So I give some to my mom. I give some, I just don't have, if I were to raise rabbits when I did, it was like too much. Like, what do I do with all this meat? I'd sell it, but I don't have the time or the will to start selling.
I was thinking
shit.
as a dog food source, how it would work. That's why I asked you, like, is there a way around that? If you could add the fat back in that you're talking about, that rib layer.
Well, for dogs, if you want it for
be
dogs, like the rabbits is a great
Well, I
food
think
source
about
for
that all
dogs.
the time. The food you get at the store, there's always something suspect. Either it has a
it's
GMO
garbage.
porn feed in it, or even if it's supposedly an all meat source, it's conventional meat. So
No,
not
but
only is
dogs-
it torture to the animal, but it's just a terrible meat source, and then so
Dogs
I think if you
are
did it
having
yourself,
all the diseases we have today in
Mhm.
humans, dogs have. Why? Because they're eating conventional
The same
grains with
food,
a
yeah.
little bit of grease flapped over it.
That's why they all get tumors by the time they're
They
10
get
or 12.
tumors, they get
That's
diabetes, they get fucking hair loss, they get everything we get, they get now because they're eating the same as us, right? But if you had rabbits and you wanted to raise a dog that live to 25 years old, you take that rabbit that you want to feed it and you kill a rabbit for it. Obviously don't let the dog kill it because that's too cruel. You kill the animal humanely and you give it to the dog. At first, he won't know what to do with it, but keep the regular food away from him. And after 3, 4, 5 days that he doesn't eat, he will take that rabbit and he will start by eating its head. They always eat the head first because they know
'Cause that's where the brain
instinctual-
fats are, huh? Or
they
the fat.
instinctually know that that's the highest. And you don't skin
And
it. You don't
minerals.
you don't skin it. You don't do anything like that. You give the dog the entire rabbit. And the dog will instinctually know what to do once he recovers from being fed poison all its life. And that takes about a week generally. I remember my father, we used to keep dogs for people that, friends that would go away because we had a big kennel. And we never fed our dogs dog food. We always got like bones and meat and we'd make a big pot and give it to them. And this one guy brought his dog and he brought like 6 cans of just special dog food in a can. He says, "Oh, you have to feed him this because he won't eat anything else." My father goes, "Yeah, don't worry. I'll make sure your dog's good," right? So at the end, when the guy comes to pick up his dog, He gives him his dog, and he takes a nice big pot of this food that we make them with all these bones and fat and meat mixed in, some intestines, a little bit of everything, stuff the dogs need. And he put it down in the bowl and watched his dog just gulp it down like it was candy. And then he handed him back his dozen cans of shit that he brought. He said, "Here, your dog's fixed. Take him home," right? And the guy was left with his mouth open, right? But the dog took like almost a week to eat before he finally ate.
And how much do you think these diseases also of these animals are also caused by the pinches of poison that they give to the animals as well?
Yeah, well, there's a whole industry these animals are supporting. The animal pet industry today is massive. Like, people don't understand how big the industry is. Yeah. And it's, and all these
they've got their own V schedule. I don't want to say the word for OTW show. That's what I meant by the pinch of poison. That's what I call it.
Okay, right. The jibbity.
Yes, pinch of poison.
The dog
You
food
get that little
and
pinch.
the cat food and the dog food is mainly soy.
Yeah,
it is
that's right.
Mainly soy.
That's right.
Yeah.
Really, it's 95% or more soy. Even if it says real fish, it's still 95% soy. It is.
Yeah.
What about if it says grain free though?
Then you know what it is when they say grain free? It's rice based.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's the same shit. Different smell, same shit.
Yeah, instead of being soy, it's starch.
Yeah, rice or stuff like that. Yeah, but they want us to be the same way. You guys I've said it many times on these streams.
100%.
If you look at the ingredients list, and you can go Google it now, OTW. Google ingredient list of Beyond Meats and ingredient list of
but I already know about that.
Premium dog food, right? The list is almost exactly the same, except the human one, they have 2 or 3 extra vitamins like B12 and something else, maybe K2, 2 or 3 extra vitamins added. And they're usually plant-based vitamins, which the human body cannot metabolize at all. Cannot metabolize them. The vegetable-based B12.
And it all goes back to these dead entities, the corpuses, the corporations that are running everything. And you guys were talking about fascism. This country, at least America and Canada, has been fascistic from the 1940s, I believe, because that's when a lot of the lobbying was fully enacted to be allowed. And I think anytime you allow that, then you have corporations running the country, so to speak.
Well, 1913 was the beginning of the corporate takeover, right? 1913, and
possibly even before that. Who's to say that it wasn't around the Civil War, and that's probably when it happened.
For sure.
You guys you guys spoke about Lincoln, and who was it? Was it you or Dick that?
Lincoln rests his hands on 2 bundles of tied sticks. That's
right, and there's a big story behind Lincoln, right? A lot of people have really good theories on it, but I pose one other one, right? We're all actors on a stage, right? And he got assassinated on a stage in a play, so to speak, right? There's a kind of an irony there too that we tend to skip over, right? They're almost like mocking us, giving a middle finger right at us and saying, God, you slaves are so stupid.
So stupid. Oh. But
right? I mean, OTW, think about it. The dude got murdered in a play, right? In a stage.
Yes. And isn't there like...
No, I'd like to disagree. They say you are so stupid. This is what we can pull on you. But then again, they're not saying you're so stupid, but this is the only choice that you get. You're so stupid. And if you want to have another reaction to this, saying, oh, I see you're pulling up a show. That's not allowed. So the only thing that you can say is, oh, everybody's so stupid and I just got along. No. It is worse than that, because if you're not stupid, they're going to kill you. That's how it is. So you shouldn't just say, oh, everybody's so stupid. No, the smart ones that stand out and call them out get killed.
No.
Oh, yeah, true.
Leave that part out.
Not always. Not always.
Well, usually they are.
It's
or
like
if they're
they get bought out.
Exactly.
That's
Or if they're not
more.
there, they join the team one way or another.
That's more. OTW hit it. They're purchased most of the times. They're not killed. They're generally purchased. So whose fault is that? It's not the people doing the buying. It's the people doing the selling. So if the devil comes and says, "I'll give you $1 for your soul,"
who the fuck side are you on then?
No, if the devil comes and says, "I'll give you $1 for your soul," and you say, "Okay, no, but I want $2," so you take $2 and you give him your soul. Who's wrong, you or the devil?
Well, the devil, per definition, is wrong. He's the person.
No, he's not.
Dude, you're trying to do doublespeak on me. So I'm going to tell you who is wrong. The devil is the personification of wrong and evil. So it's a stupid question.
No, but the devil doesn't force you.
Question.
Doesn't force you to sell him his soul, your soul.
Well, if you're going to ask me who is wrong with the devil and a human being, the devil is always wrong, right? Because that's what
I totally disagree.
But you actually want to blame. You actually want to blame the victim. So that's why I'm asking.
No, you're not the victim. When you sell your soul, you're not the victim.
Yeah, you are alluding.
You've sold it. It hasn't been stolen from you. You've freely given it for something in return.
I'm addressing your question, not the actual issue.
What's my question?
Yeah, well, your question is, if the devil asks you this and that. Well, the devil is the personification of evil and wrong. And still you're asking after that, oh, is he wrong or somebody else? No, the devil is the personification of evil and wrongdoing. So how can you have a question? How can you have a question?
Okay, so if God
says the devil asking who is wrong here? Well, it's always the devil. That's why he is the devil, per definition.
So if God comes to you and says, "I'll give you $1 for your free will."
Don't be babbling like a fool. Say what you got to say.
I'll give you $1 for your free will, and in return, you can live in the whatever he offers you.
Now you're replacing the devil with God.
Right. So if I say,
do you know how
give
the devil
me
got
these
his
benefits,
he replaced God with the devil. So you're actually doing a perfect game here. I love it.
Okay, so what's the game I'm playing? Cool. Responsibility?
I get it now.
Taking responsibility is the game I'm playing. We're all responsible for the choices we make here, right? Are we not? Have you not chosen to live the life you live? Have I not chosen to live the life I live? Has Arnold Schwarzenegger not chosen to live the life he lives? What was that singer that he was getting interviewed and he said, well, I made a deal with someone. And who was that someone? The one we can't talk about. Who was that? The singer that said that? Gordon.
Is that annoying sound guy? The guy, nasally guy.
Neil Young, right? Says,
no, not Neil Young.
Was it Neil Young? I don't know who the fuck these singers are. I don't know how to read, so I can't remember. But he said, what you attribute your success? He says, well, I made a deal with the one, Oh, can we ask who the one is? Well, the one we can't talk about, So he made a deal with the devil for his riches and his fame.
Yeah, sorry, Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan. There you go.
Yes.
He made a deal with the devil for the riches he has and the fame that he has, right? Was it the devil's fault?
Yes.
It was the devil's fault. Okay.
Yes.
So you don't have any responsibility in this world. The rulers of this world love you. Fault. The rulers of the world love people like you. They sit in their jail cells and complain about the leaders and complain about all the corporations and complain about all the tyranny, but sit in their jail cell quietly talking about it. Do nothing.
The devil could be a great teacher if you look at him differently, right?
That's right. The devil is a teacher, exactly.
Yeah. And smoking. And guys need to be in more fights, so they will learn. And the devil is a teacher. Yeah.
I said the devil can be a teacher if you look at it differently, Voynich. I didn't say that the devil is a teacher. He can be by his conniving tricks and.
Who created
the devil? The devil gave me a small case of ass chafing from planting potatoes all yesterday. So that's what I'm dealing with. between you, me, and the Lord.
Hey, Voight, who created the devil?
And Job.
Who created the devil, Voight?
I don't have an answer to that, dude.
Are you?
It is the personification of all evil and wrongdoings in this world.
Okay, so you believe there should not be any evil in the world? We should eliminate all evil?
I think there totally is a world possible without evil. Yeah.
There is. Okay, so how would we know what evil is if there was no evil?
Well, you wouldn't know.
Well, there you go.
Well, you wouldn't know.
How would you know what up is if there was no down?
You wouldn't know.
Okay, I wouldn't know. I'm just a dumb wop that can't read. But
Yeah,
how would you know there is light?
That's what you keep on saying.
How would you know there is light if you were always in the dark and never saw the light? How would you know light existed? How would you know what light is? How would you recognize it when you saw it?
That's a rhetorical question, isn't it?
No. It's very direct, in my opinion. How would you know up exists if you're always down? How would you know there is left if there's not right? How would you know there is life if there is no death?
Yeah, like I said, that's a rhetorical question.
I don't think it is.
Rhetorical,
Well,
simple,
it is.
so complicated, right?
Let me tell you that it is.
The very essence
Okay,
of
maybe I don't
creation.
understand what rhetorical means. Tell me what it means as a dumb wop.
You just want to talk about it. You know, rhetorical refers to reason and to communication, and it's just a rhetorical. You just want to talk about it. That's what rhetorical
so
means.
I don't believe this. I just want to yap about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't believe there is no darkness without light. There
I don't
is
know.
no
I don't know.
life without death.
You ask me what is the question?
Well, you made the claim.
I did. No, I don't think I made a claim.
You claimed that I don't believe in what I'm saying. I just want to talk about these issues.
Yeah, I said
Basically.
it was a rhetorical question. You don't really need the answer to come along in the conversation.
No, I believe I have the answer. I'm asking you if you understand the answer.
Oh, okay. So for me, it's not a question.
Okay. Then
So
that makes sense.
That's why I said it's a rhetorical question, because
That
you have
that makes sense. That makes sense because you don't believe you're responsible for making a deal with the devil. You believe it's the devil's fault.
Well, that's something different, but you can tie it out any old way that you like. But the actual question is, you painted a picture where there's a devil and there's a human, and the devil tries to tempt the human, and the human yields. And then you say, who's wrong here? Is it the devil or the human? And my answer would be, oh, the human. And then you would say, hallelujah. If I would say the devil, you say, no, you're wrong. It's the human. And so I said, the devil is wrong, because the devil is the personification of all evil in the world. So therefore, it's a rhetorical question.
Okay, and then I countered that argument by saying,
because I gave the wrong answer. Because
the answer you thought I wanted. I asked you after, as a counter, then would you like to see a world without evil? And I believe you said yes, there is a world without evil, and that I couldn't see it.
You asked a different question. You said
that
do you think there's a world possible without evil? That's something else in my wish.
Small inconvenient question. Has anybody defined devil? Did I miss that along the path here? Or if not, would someone enlighten me?
I think
What
Voight
is the
did
devil?
in some degree. I think Voight
The
did
devil
to
is-
some degree.
is
He said
evil.
he's the personification of evil.
Personification of evil.
That's what Voight said, and I agree with that to some level.
So that exists. There is something that exists that is the personification of evil. There's an absolute evil.
I believe so, yes.
And have
I
you
believe
ever?
There's good and there's evil, yes.
But it's
I
just
do
faith,
believe
right?
that.
You couldn't show and prove it, and you don't actually have anything that exemplifies that you could say this is actually utter, complete evil.
Well, personally, I believe it's evil to harm other people when they don't deserve it. I believe that's evil. To harm someone without reason, to me, I believe that's evil, or at least not good.
Right, but people do that all the time, and they're not the personification of evil. People harm people all the time. We talked about bullying either. That doesn't mean they're the devil.
No, I don't believe the person.
Is that Lou
I
Rage
got a
quitting
phone
on
call.
me?
I had a phone call come in. Sorry. I was saying that.
Anyway, I didn't mean
no,
to
I don't believe
derail
the
and go way
person.
down the rabbit hole. I just thought if anyone had a
No,
real substantial definition that could be relied on, that'd
No,
be
these are good
interesting. But
philosophical questions.
Yeah.
That's great, Dick. I mean, it's
yeah.
really it's
I
a
mean, the
question
devil
a lot
is
of people have talked about.
The devil is a personification of evil, is it not?
I just don't know that I can show and prove that, or that I have anything that I can point to that exemplifies that in its entirety. So it's kind of like a myth in my mind of some figurine or like even a graven image at that point.
Well, that's the suffix of personification, right? That's the fication of the persona. That's why it is, like you say, fictional.
Yeah, we're placing evil onto this persona.
So we're saying the devil is fictional.
Well,
It's
how about-
allegory. It's
how about
actually
this,
a
Dick?
imaginative type of process we're going through. That's just for the sake of characterizing something that is only in
He
our
was
minds.
He was sketching a picture of the devil, making a deal with a person. So therefore, it became a persona, in a story. And so, yeah.
Right.
Dick,
And
believe
because
in,
man
do you
is,
believe in a creator?
I know there's a creator. That's not a belief.
How about Dick? Do you believe in a creator?
I know I walk with the creator. I mean, I have the spirit in me, so it's an observation. I can't deny it. It's there.
Okay.
The conscience that sears me. All the
conscious is
everything
there, right?
lines up.
Right. And I think it's the same concept that in that consciousness and what we know how to differentiate good from evil, and that knowing in our heart and that bad feeling we get as children. And we're going to go into a slight Christian concept, which I know you don't espouse to, Dick, but regardless, there's some truth there. And I think that devil or whatever it is, whether it's personified or not, is an evil that we know
Yeah, that's
and
a
have a knowing of.
mischaracterization. I got to call it out. I don't want to interrupt you, but I'll just leave it at that. It's a mischaracterization. There's
Sure,
plenty of
my apologies. That wasn't my
Christian,
purpose, Dick.
Anyway, yeah. Okay.
That wasn't my purpose. I apologize.
Man is inherently a visual creature, and when I say man, I mean actual men, not women. Women function more on an emotional level rather than a visual level. Men are more visual, so it makes sense that we create images so that we can have some sort of visual representation in our mind, because we are naturally visual creatures, and so we create these personas. Am I wrong,
Lou?
Am I off?
Lou,
Yes.
you are off. Yes, because I'm sorry. I feel slightly offended because apparently there's 40 different types of men and or women, and so I'm not really picking up.
Oh, I'm not. I'm only talking about men and women. I'm not talking about they or them.
I'm being
or
facetious. I'm
Z.
joking.
I know.
I'm
I know
joking.
you are. I'm not talking about Z's or, because Z's or they them are more. They're more evolved. Let's say. Like I don't have. I'm just a lowly wop that can't read. I can't reach their level, so I have to stay on the simple, easy concepts like man and woman.
Are just a white gorilla with a penis, and that's all you are.
A crooked one at that.
TMI, dude. TMI.
I don't believe you.
TMI.
Scott, shut up, please. Stop fucking yapping. My God, man, quiet.
You're the one who brought up your penis.
I'm talking.
He's proud of it. You
I was
guys,
talking.
he's proud of it. You got to give the man credit. I have much respect for Lou.
Listen,
And-
you have to accept your weaknesses as well as your strengths, because once you accept your weaknesses, they become your strengths.
Hey, and I was just going to say that, Lou, that your weakness becomes your strength if you know how to use it.
Exactly.
Right?
So there you go. I've accepted the bend. I know that there's a bend, right? I know that it's not flat; it's bent.
And some women pay for the bend.
Hey, I've seen sex toys that have exactly the same bend. So I don't know. There must be some
There you
value
go.
there. And
There
true
you go.
story. But anyways, I would just rather let's hear Scott, because we rarely hear Scott talk. So let's get him started so that we can all have a little bit of a nap and relax and just get serenaded gently to sleep. Go ahead, Scott.
Go ahead and keep pulling on your dog leg left penis. Lou Bass, go ahead and keep pulling on your dog leg left penis.
Come on, Scott. I'm just playing with you. Can you take a joke?
No, I'm fine with it. I just you couldn't
Okay,
take
but
that
so
joke?
so can you? I'm asking if you can take a joke.
Take it
Can
where?
you?
Where do you want me to take it?
Well, just take it and fuck off. No, just kidding.
You're the one that has to show us how to do that. Don't you make the sausage and bend over?
I'm just fucking with you, Scott.
Somebody
I love you,
told
brother.
me your first name was Bend Over, and then they said the last name was Philip McCavity, and I'm like, fuck, that is Lou. I heard that.
And don't forget the loop.
With Lou Bass, there you go.
Yeah, don't forget the loop.
Hey,
Lube
How
is
you
very
doing
again,
today,
just
Farmer Lube?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
Good. I want to tell you, you can fucking poke fun at me all you want. I'm not going to give a shit. But I do admire you, and I do look at you as fucking someone that I could learn from, because exactly what Dick and other people have been saying on the panel, I've been listening here, is we've been taught nothing. We've been fucking just run out into the fucking world, hey, go to the supermarket, go get some milk, go get this and that. And like, you could throw me up into my family up in the Midwest and some of the farms up there, and they could teach me some stuff. But as far as how did we learn this in school in the South, well, no, they didn't teach us this. When I was really younger, I'm talking about grade school, we had gardens. After that, it was fucking done. They didn't do that shit ever again. I never, if you got into horticulture or something, you would, and that's it. That's the thing that I think is a failure too, is society fucking got away from trades in school. It's like you have to get out of high school and go to trades. So literally, Lou, fucking Dick, I know you do a bit of farming, you have land that you tend to. I may be moving back to the north where I came from to get into that myself, just simply because that's where a lot of my family is. So
Well, I would say, Scott, to you particularly, and to some degree myself, because I fall into a little bit that category myself, that if the lights were to go out tomorrow, you may be in a better position than you think, right? Because if the lights go out tomorrow, there would be 3 days worth of food in the grocery stores, obviously. We all know this. And then we would have to find other ways to feed ourselves, right? So people like yourself, and to some degree myself, let's say people that are more challenged in a wide way, not vertically, but width challenge.
let's go. Come on, keep going. Take your thought
Okay.
further.
So I'm just trying to say that if the lights went out and there's no
We're
food
trying
in
to
3
figure out
days,
what you're going to say. You said the lights went out already.
Because we're both quite large,
rotund,
we could survive. There's a guy that was as rotund as yourself. If you see the pictures of him, go look him up.
I'm a surprise, Kevin. They don't see me coming.
He started fasting.
Lou, listen,
he started fasting, but hold on. He started
real quick,
fasting.
I just want to tell you, I'm not big. I'm just close to you.
Yes, I know. And how long do you think he survived? He was like probably about your size, maybe slightly larger, but not much. Maybe about like Paul or something like that kind of size. How long do you think he survived? They didn't give him the world's record because he clearly won the Guinness World's Record on the longest fast. But they wouldn't give it to him because it was so long. They were afraid to promote the idea that someone could fast that long. Do you want to guess on how long he fasted?
A year? 2 years.
28 days.
2 years.
60 days he fasted. And he could have went longer. And what people don't realize is that the natural human body is designed to function on fat. That's how we're designed. We've been, again, transformed to function on sugar.
On sugar. Yep.
I would
Keto. Keto is
I'm a sugar.
Sugar is in our body, and we are able to function on sugar, but for one specific reason is
let's
our body
call
is
it what it is. It's high fructose corn syrup. It ain't even sugar anymore.
Besides the point, the body functioning on sugar has one function. The reason for us being even able to function on sugar is for our fight or flight mechanism. So when we enter into a state of fear where we have to run or we have to fight, The body has an instant capacity to switch from burning fat to burning sugar in order to give us an instant boost of energy so that we can run or fight. That's the only reason we can function on sugar. Otherwise, naturally, we're supposed to function on fat. So somebody that has an extra 200 pounds on their frame can literally stop eating until that extra fat is consumed, because as long as you keep drinking water, your body will switch from using sugar like it's been doing, and that's why I gained all that fat, and go right to burning fat. And then whatever fat is extra on the frame, it will burn until it's pretty much gone, and you can survive for an extremely long amount
I've
of
read a little
time.
bit about this, and I've heard that, or my studying of this says that after the second or third day, that pain and that desire to eat kind of goes away, and a euphoria hits you.
Yes, it's exactly true.
You
Yes.
start getting the toxins out of you, and you're like,
That's
okay,
right.
what the fuck is going on? So,
And I think if you go to 7 days, you get a huge rejuvenation process.
Yes.
You force your body
Yes.
into rejuvenation, and suddenly you're reversing years because you're removing
Yes.
those toxins and sugars.
I'm too much of a pussy, I'll tell you straight, Scott, and I haven't been able to do that. The most I can go is like fucking, I think the most I've gone is like, I think I made it 40 hours or just under 40 hours.
I did
once,
2 days, and it was hard. I did 2 days. It was hard.
Yeah, I didn't quite make it 2 days, and I just broke down, right? I not generally, but more often do 18 to 20 hours and then eat one meal, or, a couple of meals within those last few hours of the day. But fuck, I'm too much of a pussy. I guess I got to make it past that third day, because that's they say the key is getting past that third day.
I think my goal before the end of the year.
I think a lot of meth addicts really make the 4 days. So maybe you should just try some meth.
Yeah. Meth might be a good one. If I were to try meth, I'd go hang out with Tommy and
the
maybe
Tommy guy, right? Doesn't that guy do meth?
Get into some stocks. Spend 48 hours a day in find all those good stocks, and
then you're gonna jump on streams and just cause havoc, just to cause havoc.
Yeah, everywhere I go. Yeah.
Everywhere you go.
I actually don't think Tommy's using. I'll be honest with you, but I don't believe he's using. I think he's probably hasn't been long since he used, but I don't believe he's using anymore. I could be wrong, but that's a whole nother story. But yes, Scott,
by the way, I just want to
have an
remind.
advantage. Sorry, just let me finish with Scott, and then I'll get out of your hair.
Sorry.
So Scott, don't feel so bad, because in a grid down situation, rotund fellows like yourself, like Paul, like myself, to some degree, can survive better, much more than those skinny fuckers. Just don't forget, you have that on your side. That's all. I yield.
I just want to remind, before anybody jumps on, that you owe us a pizza video, Lou, and Dick owes us a bread video. Apparently, if the host is kind enough, OTW, to remind them of that I would still like that show. I would really appreciate it. I don't know if anybody else on the panel.
Yesterday, OTW and fucking Yurt and Dick, they inspired me to make the decision to start my own shit, and I'm going to do that this summer. I'm going to start doing some videos and maybe some streams and shit like that.
I'm being serious, though. I thought we were going to do a little stream here on pizza and bread. I thought we were going to do that.
I'm not joking. I'm serious too. But I got to.
No, I mean on OTW's channel, on the Grand Rising.
Oh we did talk about that once. Yeah, where we're going to do something like that. Yeah.
And Dick was going to show us the bread making.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah.
Lou, you'll have your own show before you know it if you start doing some of this farmer shit out there and showing people how you live. Especially film yourself kicking it with a roadkill. I'm telling you that.
Yeah, you do have a lot of knowledge, for whatever
I'm
kind of thing that you're into, dude. You could, you might get an audience for what you're into and everything.
I
think I'd watch it, maybe. I don't know.
And sorry for interrupting again, but Lou, one other thing you got about you is you look so youthful for your age. That alone will drive people to you. Like, what's this guy's secret?
Yeah, maybe.
You're laughing. I'm being serious.
Well, there's a lot of people out there that do even people that do the roadkill thing. There's a guy that wrote a whole book on a cookbook for
Sure, but
roadkill.
is he on YouTube right now, accessible today?
I believe so. Yes, I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, I believe so. There's some people that do that, and there's a lot of homesteading channels that show, farming and this and that. I think if I were to
lubed
do,
up? Is their ass lubed up?
well, this is the thing. I would have to find something that puts me apart. Maybe a little bit of lube. Maybe no. I mean, yeah, I
you
would have to
it.
figure
You're
it
part
out.
of our community, right? We have
Well,
our own
there
little
you go.
community here, so to speak, right? So you already
there
have a
you go.
built-in audience
Yeah.
who wants to see
maybe.
you, not them. We wouldn't normally watch them. You brought it up, so we're interested in you.
Okay, I'm telling you, this summer yesterday they convinced me to do it, especially Dick and Yurt or Tent. Sorry.
For example, like I wouldn't normally watch some guy playing guitar, and I've got to comment on how good both OTW and Dick are. But when they're on and they sometimes play guitar, I watch. Normally, I would never watch that.
I've watched Dick play guitar.
That's the
too.
truth. Would you normally watch that though? No.
No,
but because
I
it's them, I'm going to watch it and give them
that's true.
honor that they deserve. And they're quite good guitarists. I'm very shocked.
Yeah, I've watched that too, and I would normally not watch that. But yeah, you're right, because I know them. I'd watch it a little, not a lot, but I do.
And on a segue, because I can't catch all the streams, it's a lot of like Paul and Talcott and what happened with Moose? Is Moose back on the out again, or we haven't seen Moose on this channel?
Well, he got fired. He got fired.
Fired.
He got fired.
Why? Why did he get fired? By the way,
I don't know. I think Paul just kind of muscled in on him, and I think Paul's the producer. Paul's Jack's producer now, if I'm not mistaken. Is that?
Are
not
you
the
serious?
Case? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Yes.
This is hilarious. That's a comedy hour in the making.
No, but hold on. I gotta say, I really believe that Paul did that strategically. And that was personally, I could be totally wrong. Like I said, I'm just a dumb wop who doesn't know how to read. But Moose obviously was there for the,
entertainment.
He was, well, no, you know this, right? When you do this, what this is, right? So Moose was obviously there because he could smell this, right? And there was a nice possible payday there, right? And he could convince his wife that all this time he spends on the metaverse can provide a little bit of music for the household, right? And so
that's a lot of time for the little music, though.
Well, I think he made $1,000 originally. He gave him $1,000. So
let's break down the hours and see what that translates to.
But the point is he's gonna spend that time on the metaverse anyway, and this way he might not have to take as much shit from his wife. So Paul, being a smart guy and has a good heart, I believe that Paul is genuine in his heart. And he sort of muscled his way in order to protect Jack. That's what I believe. I could be totally wrong, but I believe that. That's
what does
happened.
Snafu call these agents? What does he call them? Government operatives?
Pogos.
Pogos, yes. He could be a pogo for all we know.
Paul, you mean?
I'm joking.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm being tongue-in-cheek.
No, I know you are, but
I suspect Dick is. Dick could be the Renaissance man. He plays good guitar. He knows a lot of stuff, and he drinks green tea. The green tea is what set me off with you, Dick. I got something suspicious. Who drinks green tea of a high quality and value like you, and lives in the mountains and is like a lumberjack type? So
yeah,
I'm a little suspicious.
That is suspicious. That is suspicious behavior.
Are you on Talcott's?
No, I actually procured myself an Olympic grade pogo stick, which has compression level adjustments on it for my weight and size, and you can actually, dial this thing in.
I'd pay to watch that
pogo stick like you've never seen.
I'd pay to watch that.
All over the place on that thing.
You let me know. I'm a paid member on your YouTube channel when you're on the pogo stick. Paid member. Paid.
Yep. Well, that'll be an OnlyFans Patreon edition or something. I don't know.
Hey, by the way, Dick, can I ask you? I've got the two. Go ahead. Sorry.
I can think of other ways I could interrupt you, but I'd rather just do it oddly and strangely like this way.
I'm sorry.
Don't have anything to say.
Sorry.
Just keep going.
Good idea.
Lack of decorum on my part. Forgive me.
Well, Emilio,
like a python with my hypnotizing hand. Ooh.
Has anybody ever seen you, Emilio? Do we know what you look like?
Yes. Yes.
I've never seen you.
Not right now. I'm disheveled. Literally rolled
Oh,
out
who
of bed.
fuck?
It's all
What are you?
OTW.
What are you? A woman? Come on.
I'm kind of.
And
I'm
what
kind
about
of
Voight?
stupid
I
like
don't
that.
remember seeing Voight. You guys have
I've seen Voight.
right?
I've seen.
What
Voight.
does he look like? I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Quite
If
feminine.
you guys are on tomorrow in the next 2 days, I'll be on with video. I promise you. But Dick, I wanted to ask you really quick. I'm about to order the tea from the 2 websites you gave me, the 7 Cup or whatever it was. Do you have any recommendations, sir?
Yeah, mortgage the house. That shit is expensive. You must really be proud of yourself and doing well.
No, but I want to take your advice, and I want to try some of this heirloom organic green tea from Ching
Well, you
Chong,
can
China.
get the heirloom cut from. I bought so much tea from these guys. I can't believe I don't remember their name right now. But it's.
Well, what would you recommend for a starter like me? A very flavorful green tea that would change my opinion, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now. I'll show you. I'll make it real easy here.
Okay.
1 second.
Thank you.
Hey, while he's looking that up, Emilio's what happened over at Polly Enslaved with Moose is on Paul's birthday.
Yeah.
Moose gave Paul basically the keys to Jack's back door and locked him
I
out.
saw that. That was hilarious.
So
I
that
saw
was-
that. That was the most
That was
funny
an
thing I ever saw. I was glued.
It was.
Wait a
My
minute.
face was
How
red.
does that?
And then they were playing the Renaissance music in the background, and I've delivered the castle to you, sire.
Yes, it was really
Yeah.
fucking funny.
It was.
I saw
an
that,
epic
but
show.
how does that work? Does anybody know how that works? How can he lock himself out of his own channel?
What is that, Dick? Can you just read it to me? I can't see
These
it.
guys have a promotion going right now. I'm not affiliated in any way, and I just really like their tea. And right now
Stop
they're
lying,
doing 15%
Dick. Stop
off.
lying. How much are you making?
15% off.
What is
No,
it,
look at
Dick?
this.
Can you
Seriously.
read it off?
I
please?
have every long jing from 2023. I have the 7 cups, which is the creme de la creme. But is it worth it? It's so expensive. I mean, $85 for 50 grams.
What?
I have this.
Oh my God,
certified-
Dick!
This is the Longjing certified 2023 from Jihu, from that province, and it's like conventional to me. I like that small mom and pops, heirloom grown, like attention to detail, some
Which
story
one?
behind it.
Give me a name.
Yeah, the
Give
one
me a
where
name
they
of something
scratch
good
their
quality,
ass and
please.
the one where they scratch their ass, they don't wash their hands and then they go pick.
And then pick your leaves, right? And then you
Yeah.
steep it and you get sick. Yeah.
Yeah, that gives it a special aroma.
Yeah, so this one, there's one that's it's called a semi-wild cut, and I don't have the bag handy. I'll go grab it. It's just the same bag as this, but it is the Shi Fing semi-wild 2023 cut. That's my favorite.
Is that from
I'm out of
7
it.
Cups?
I have more on the way. No, that is from Verdant Teas, VERDANT TEA.
I have that page
and I've
open,
tried a
yeah,
lot of them, so I've went through a bunch of these teas. If you want a good long jing, get the semi-wild Shi Feng, and it's on sale right now. And I'm not promoting it for any interest of my own. The tea is fantastic, and I think it's a good value. When I compare it to all these other ones, I'm like, damn, that has a lot of robustness to it. Has that really nutty flavor.
How much was that one? How much did you say that cost? That bag?
Right now, it's on sale for 16 something, change for 25 grams. It's still expensive.
What does
Yeah,
25 grams
free
mean? Forgive me, I'm not
it was free
familiar
freight
with
at
metric.
$40.
How many?
It's not as
cups
bad
is
as
it?
$80.
grams is just shy of an ounce. An ounce is like 29,
28.
unless you're
It's
talking about a
28
troy
grams.
ounce. But yeah.
And how
28.
much tea
And
cups can you
how
make
much is
with
usually? Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask, Lou. Thank you.
What's that? I always did my ounces at 29, so that shows you.
That just so
You were
wouldn't
happy to work
burn
with me.
somebody. Yeah, you were burning somebody.
All
Well,
right,
like
But
Lou
how
asked,
many
how many
cups?
cups of tea would that make?
Well, in a big guy one, I'll do 5 grams at a time, but I can also get by with a 3 gram brew, which is real nice. Just brew it a little bit longer. But I like that robust, strong, grassy, green, nutty, fucking astringent, like body high, tea drunk, fucking wacko, can barely form sentences kind of vibe. So that's where I'm going with the wild, semi-wild Shi Fing. And these are trees that they leave out there and just let go naturally, and then they can only cut them on seasons where they get enough water and the temperatures are right and all that. So I grabbed a bunch of it for me because I love it. It's going to be my main stay for the mornings until I find something I like better, I guess.
And do you feel there's any medicinal value to any of these teas, Dick?
These dicks.
I wouldn't try to promote anything like that. No, I just enjoy them.
Gotcha.
I enjoy the flavor. I enjoy the way, the euphoric feeling it gives you. I enjoy the creativeness of it and the inspiration, and I enjoy the nutrition because, I mean, of course, the way it's grown, there's a lot of health benefits. I mean, I'm not claiming anything.
Yeah, and it's a crack substitute for
If
dick.
anybody out there
right?
wants to get themselves a bag of that stuff, go to freedomgrower.com / teabags.
Yeah, he's selling it pretty hard, right? OTW sounds like a drug.
These are like the worst ones, right? This is the worst tea. You
What
would
is it?
never get these. Golden Moon Dragonwell, which is a long jing. It's just fucking terrible. That's my opinion. It was
Bring 'em
awful.
front
It
and center,
smells like
OTW.
fruity
It's tea
teas
time
that
with
they
Dick.
stored it with. What's that now?
I said he should bring you front and center. It's tea time with Dick.
Well, I was
I love
asked the
it.
question, so I was
No,
Emilios
I
wanted
don't
to
have a
know
problem with it.
where
I
I
was
get
looking
my
at your
tea,
products. I like what you're saying.
and I shared it.
Hey, Dick, one more question.
I do think there is
when you're
health benefit,
steeping,
though.
yeah, I believe that there is. When you're steeping the tea, do you leave the tea in there as you're drinking it? Because that's what I typically do. Like with black tea, I usually leave the tea back in there because I enjoy it.
We're Wednesday.
Here,
It
I'll
doesn't
show
work.
you.
You guys know that this is a crack substitute for dick, right?
Well, it's Wacky
This
Wednesday,
is how
Lou.
this is how he stays off crack. He drinks tea.
It's Wacky Wednesday, right? OTW.
It's Weird Wednesday.
So I would essentially
Weird
never
Wednesday,
use
sorry.
a tea bag because a tea bag has all those microplastics in it and bleach, and
Yeah.
it's really nasty shit. You don't want to make your tea that way. Stay away from conventional grocery store tea and stay away from tea bags. But you
Okay.
get a little thing like this. They're not expensive. It's a Gaiwan, and all that is your filter. So your leaves go inside of it, like so. You can see there.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's good if you're, say, like if you're transitioning from coffee or you're just trying something else. And in the coffee world, you love espresso. You like a strong roasted brew that really
That's me.
gives you a kick
That's
in
me.
the ass. Oh, you're going to want to do it this way then. And have you ever had mate?
Yeah, I've had it
No, I've had
before.
matcha.
Yeah, before I got into the green tea thing, I was
Matcha
doing-
is like a coffee, is it not? Mate
is more of a Brazilian
it's a
phenomenon
Brazilian,
where they,
South American tea that you make those
it's
little
usually smoked.
and those little
But you can get it
those
green.
little silver cages they put the tea in and then put it in a cup kind of thing.
You want a small cup, though. I was just mentioning the mate because I used to use those gourds. And that would be, before I got a Gaiwan, I would use it that way, where I'd get a Bombilla straw and stick it in. And,
Yeah,
you know,
straw
you-
with a strainer at the end of it. Yeah, I've had it like
Exactly.
that. Yeah.
But
I've
this
had it
works
like
so
that.
efficiently. It's amazing how people try to come up with all kinds of fancy gadgets, better mouse traps. You got this little bowl and you just put your finger over it and turn it and then put it in your cup. You want to warm your cup up just like they do in a restaurant and have a
Okay.
nice thick porcelain cup so you get that full experience, and do everything at temp, for green teas. A good quality green tea you can bring up around 180, 190. And usually do all right. But man, those flavors, you get addicted to them, and I'm into it. Yeah, I'm hooked.
Get me a
Fuck you,
couple of weeks.
Tommy.
I'm going to order today, and I'm going to report back, Dick.
Cool. So yeah, if you don't like it, that their free freight was like $30 or $40.
Okay.
So wasn't
I'm
you didn't
ordering
have to buy
today.
too much.
Whatever
But I would
keeps you
hate-
off the crack is good.
Yeah, definitely. I would hate for you to buy this because it's so expensive. And I mean, look, 83 fucking
What is it?
75 for 50
Yeah.
grams.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
that's
And-
pretty high.
It's out of control. I mean, I have it and I savor every sip. I'm treating it like, it's gold or something, but
Yeah, but Dick, that other one you said was the one that was on sale. You said that's regularly $40 for 25 grams, so it's the same price.
no, it's regularly $20 for.
Oh, I thought you
if
said
I
it was
that,
regularly $40.
I misspoke
Okay.
then. 20
Okay.
bucks is what it
Semi
was
wild
for,
cut.
for 25 grams. And I feel like I'm on some kind of like shopping network promoting fucking teas right now. Hey, The deal's going to be done before the end of the show, so get your orders in promptly. OTW can't do this all day. He's being incredibly generous today on the OTW
Yes.
show.
Thank you,
These
OTW.
teas are produced guaranteed without child slave labor.
Today's the
Yes,
last
and I would
day.
like
Last
to
day. Last
make an
day for this
announcement.
deal.
We now have a new member of the OTW News team. So we'll surprise you when time comes. We'll see how
What?
that turns out. Maybe we actually have a co-host that will be running things
Come
here.
on, OTW. Just tell
Does
us.
it start
what's
with
wrong
an
you.
M, end with an E?
You can't just do that to
It's
us.
a surprise, guys. It's a surprise. I'm gonna have to let you guys
So
linger.
why didn't you just not tell us? Now you got me fucking.
Yeah, that's it. Now I got you all fucked up. So that was
I'll bet you 28 grams. It starts with an
I
M, ends with
hate
an E.
when they do
28
that.
grams of quality green tea.
Yes,
bring you
I
a-
mean, is it a conflict of interest for me to talk about tea in these streams? Am I crossing the lines of, favorable
I asked
trends?
the question.
You did ask the question. You
I think
baited
it's
me in.
interesting. I think it's interesting, Dick. My opinion.
so
Not
do
for
I
nothing.
actually.
Yeah, I agree
so
with Scott. It
I'd
is
actually
interesting.
tell you,
just to repeat for the audience.
I'd be honest. I
order.
go like, get the fuck out of here with your tea bags, But actually, that interests me because no, everything that's healthy for you is something that interests me. So
We were just talking about that Brazilian tea. I had a girlfriend from Brazil for 4 years, and she would feed me teas and shit. I didn't know what they were, but it made sense because it was like a smoky taste. One of them that she.
What time did you wake up that morning?
Which morning? Which morning? She actually
the one where you had a girlfriend.
Dude, this girl had a master's in linguistics and pedagogy. She was a very sharp girl from Belém, the top of the Amazon. Her dad was a doctor eating tea from.
Okay. Stop. The dream is.
You want
We
to know
got
the
it.
truth? The dream is on.
Come on, Scott.
Dude,
hey, it's baptism.
That's Canadian
Baptism
humor there.
It's baptism by fire, Scott.
Well,
Listen.
you don't hang out with a girl for 4 years and not have a lot of fucking evidence of it. It's just trust that.
Yeah, it's when you wake up, you're all wet. Your pants is like, you got to dry it out. It's all sticky.
That dream syndrome. Yes,
TMI.
Roadkill. I'm sure.
You get this liquid draining down your, you stink and are sticky. You got to go take a shower. It's like, fuck. I hate when that happens.
OTW, can I give you a show suggestion maybe? Because we got some interesting characters here. Like Brian Stavely has done My Awakening kind of thing. Maybe you could do one on Scott, on Lou, and on Dick. I think they'd be very interesting to talk about their life without any interruption.
Oh, you think like one-on-ones with
just for like 40 minutes or a half hour. There's nobody else calls in. They just talk because Scott obviously has a lot of amazing stories.
Well, I've been thinking about doing things like that. I've done them before.
Scott could do a serious fucking stream like this. He could talk. Like, that's what you need. You got to be able to fucking never shut up. Problem is, as soon as nobody's on the panel, Scott, the other day, yesterday or whenever it was, you were talking nonstop, and then as soon as they left you alone, you stopped talking.
You got to have a sounding board, in my opinion. I like somebody that's going to play off of it. And if I'm going to do a
agree with
monologue, I
Lou.
want to be prepared.
That would actually help you to just monologue on the mic and just roll.
Yeah, he could probably do a good stream. Just keep going. Some people love that. They tune in.
I think impromptu. I think if you prepare, you ruin it. If you just speak from the heart, it's legitimate. The universe understands it and feels it.
Well, hold on. One thing at a time. Like, let Scott. Right now, first he's trying to deal with the little bit extra weight. Honesty can come second.
There you go. Go, Lou. You helped me out there. Good. I'm going to
come on.
Wait a minute. Right, some easy trigger points can help you to have. Lou, shut up a minute. There's some cue points that you could use while you're doing your stream, Scott. Like, you can always start by having a small conversation with the audience in the chat, and the trigger points would most likely end up popping up in chat, where you then end up going off on a monologue, and everything would probably stem from itself. Yeah, exactly. Because I figured that would be a good way. I'm not saying I would do that because I'm you know,
look,
I run
for
things. It's like
real.
how I
OTW.
feel. Whatever. Anyway,
Listen,
go ahead.
For real. If I wanted to just take the computer setup and move shit around, I could be in the front room in a fireplace looking like Jack. I could go grab my sister's motorhome, which I basically have care of about 10 minutes away from here, go sit and look like I was in Paul's scene. I could literally put settings around me like that. Could roll a fucking setting out onto a golf course right here, roll one into the middle of, because I have
That
I have
sounds
some neat
good.
abilities. Well, and I've been thinking about how to do something myself, but not to do this metaversal miscreant fucking chaos. Take some of the people that I know and call them to the center and do some more serious thing like Emilio's is suggesting. Talk about what they know. I've got a buddy who's a neighbor of mine, former neighbor, who was in the school system and just written grants. He's a grant writer. Could go on for hours with this guy talking about what he knows about history of America, what he knows about the school system, what he knows about government, being involved in government. And I'm literally going to probably put together a stream myself with him in the next 24 to 48 hours, do it private, not share it, so he can feel comfortable and see how he likes it. I've already shared the duck with him, and he's gotten into it a little bit. So
do it, Scott. I'm already interested. What you're talking about is great because these are real life experience people who have hopefully an honest and no agenda type of persona about them, and I think that's what we want to hear. From
I'd
real.
probably go on in my next, if I could get some friends of mine that have been involved in putting together festivals in a number of different areas of the country. I might be able to get a few of them to come on and talk, whether they put their faces out there or come up with a different name. But how to put things together. I was thinking, what could help, because that's how you bring a bunch of people together in a small area and take care of them all at once. Okay, so I don't know where it'll lead. I mean, I have a history of the past that some of it's dark, some of it's sad, some of it's lonely, and we all have our past. So I don't know how much I want to darken my day with some of the darkness of the past. But if I was with the right person, it wasn't just a monologue. It wasn't just straight up, me fucking spitballing every thought that came to my mind. It was more someone saying, here's a give and take. I have some questions. I want some answers. How did that actually go down? Okay. How did that make you feel? Okay. Well, was that really a turning point? I think if Paul,
I think Patrick would be able to do that. I think he's pretty good at asking questions.
I think he probably is. I haven't gotten enough of experience with him. I think if Paul was to be, and I'm not trying to promote Paul or anything, but I think if he was to be a little less, primal in his approach, he might be.
I think he's going to learn that. I think he's going to learn that one day, but not just yet. He's part of. Everyone's got their journey.
It's fucking freezing out here. Is it cold where you are in Montreal?
Yeah.
OTW?
Yeah, it's
like
6 degrees actually Celsius here.
Jesus.
It's like fucking winter over here. Holy Jesus, it's sunny, but it's fucking cold.
Yeah, they were saying it was going to be this cold yesterday.
Motherfucker.
Y'all.
Hey, keep in mind it was snowing out by Dick not too long ago.
Well, for the past 10 days,
That's
it's
crazy.
been like 10 degrees and up, like 15 degrees, almost 20 sometimes. So, we were starting to get used to it.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna fuck off. I'm gonna start doing some work. My legs, if I can feel my legs again from yesterday. I almost fucking turned my legs
as well.
I turned my legs into jelly yesterday. I fucking couldn't move when I woke up in the morning. My legs were hurting from all the digging I was doing. Anyways, I gotta back to it, guys. Thanks, OTW, for having me up,
No problem.
And okay, thanks for the shooting the shit, guys.
Bye, Lou. Don't forget about the
See you next
pizza.
time, Lou.
Okay,
Don't
buddy.
forget
Ciao.
about the pizza, Lou. Bye.
So yeah, I actually probably should get some work done myself. I'll probably turn on the phone and listen to you, but I don't like trying to talk and that and hold it and look at something small. My eyes suck, so I can't see anything, and that's a bust. But listening to it's not that big a deal. Or if I was just doing a one-on-one, sometime with I don't know if I want to do that yet, if I want to do it on my own or not. But that I think it's a great idea for you, OTW, because the cast of characters that you have around you, I mean, from every fucking walk, if they'll come and they'll spend that 45 minutes, if it turns into an hour or two, it turns into an hour or two. Let the chat be the chat. Let somebody else monitor it, blah, 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 and let somebody else pull the appropriate questions up. Don't fucking derail it with stupidity. That would be my suggestion.
I think you should be the first one, Scott. You always, you have a very
My
interesting
story,
history. I
my
think yours should
story,
be the most interesting out of all the cast of characters, in my opinion.
and that's I'm not going to disagree or agree. I'm not going to get into my ego here, but I have a very fucked up story, so I don't know how I want to present it, if I want to present it, or when I want to present it. It's a really, and it's not fucked up necessarily, but how true do you want to be to yourself, and how true do you want to be to others? If I carry it into the reality of some of the things, I don't know if I want to open myself up like that, but
Well, you don't necessarily have to open up everything, but you sound like you have a very interesting set of experiences that some would only aspire to.
well, I mean, and I don't look at it like that. I look at it like, what's fucking next? I look at it like, I've been places. Sure, I've met people. I've had a lot of fun, and the memories are great. Pictures show evidence of it, but that means nothing to me. I mean, the moments that they happen mean something, and making more moments like that is a way to facilitate that enjoyment of life that's meant for you. And I don't take anything for granted. I don't feel like I'm anybody special, and any of the stuff that I've left behind is works that are traceable for my efforts, thousands of hours in a studio fucking doing nothing but writing songs. That evidence is there. I mean, it's like but it's not for me. Fuck, it's not enough. I want more. And not any fame at all. I don't give a shit about that. It's always been about the music. It's always been about the relationship. It's always been about what's passionate about all this. How can we get that out of it? And that with a woman, you know what it's going to be if she's into you. If she's not into you, then you have to try and figure out what she is into it and bring that passion to the table, because you never know how quickly you could turn her around. And I don't mean that fucking literally. I mean, metaphorically. So, theoretically. But OTW, your story I haven't heard, so I don't know, and I don't know, if I
I
should
don't
ask
have a
you.
story. I don't have a story.
I heard crazy shit, and somebody, when I hear Patrick, I heard O'Shea. Was that you?
No, I have nothing to do with Brian O'Shea.
Okay, so the Annie saga wasn't you. I mean, there's somebody else. Okay, so I'm glad
No,
I fucking know that, because I was like, okay, that was weird.
I am absolutely not an O'Shea.
Okay, yeah. Well, isn't there someone that he went and I don't know, met or something, the person and his wife or something, and that all turned into chaos?
Yeah, something like that. I heard echoes of that story.
Yeah, I that's all I've heard, and I've heard like two or three. So I started going, well, what is that? And I don't want to go fucking back into the past and try and dig that up and figure
Well,
it out.
that's what you'd have to do, and I don't even think like I feel like I don't even want to know.
Yeah, no, feel you, feel you. But you could always bring him on stream and interview him for 45 minutes and let Brian O'Shea, the man, the myth, the
I
legend,
did
the
that
comedian.
already. He actually even did his comic show directly live here on OTW News.
Did he? How did
Yeah,
it go?
it was great. Well, in our opinion, the people in the show were having a great time over there in the audience where he was doing the show. They weren't that
Oh, yeah, I was
cool. I
there
mean,
when
they
you
weren't
streamed.
really laughing, but anything. But we were fucking laughing our heads off. We were having a great time.
Yeah, I think I recall that. And there was one that he tried. You couldn't hear the sound at all or something. I don't know
Yeah,
if
it
that was
wasn't
you.
that the sound, but you could still hear him tell his jokes and shit, and it was still fucking good. We were all fucking cracked up on the stream, laughing our heads off. It was really good. But the people in the audience at the bar where he was at, they sucked, man.
Yeah, crickets.
Yeah,
But
crickets.
so, yeah, I'm thinking about getting out and getting some stuff done in the garage, and I may actually put a computer out in the garage. That's what I was saying. I have a few setups that I could put together, and I'm trying to clean out and sell some of this shit because I'm kind of overwhelmed with too much shit, and I want to declutter and I got a storage
Yeah,
unit.
I
I
know
just
exactly what you mean.
The same way. I got the same problem.
I feel like I'm a pat rack, and a pack rat or whatever you call it there.
Yeah,
And the
hoarder.
more I get rid of shit, more I have more shit showing. Like it's just weird. It's like this weird pattern. I get rid of stuff, and then other stuff just shows up. I keep finding new things, and I don't know. I try to get
Consumerism at its finest, OTW. That's what it is.
yeah, and I got to get rid of that kind of habit. I want to get rid of shit and then just
And
keep it gone.
I can guarantee that probably Dick and Lou have less clutter than us.
Imagine
Yeah,
they
well, I
do.
have a lot of stuff. I have a pretty big land here too, so I have a lot of things
Oh,
to
very
take
nice.
care of. And yeah, so it's something.
That's
It's
awesome.
I did like bunch of voyages to get rid of just scrap metal and stuff like that was here, and still I have another at least one or two voyages of that kind of stuff, and so much more to do. It's insane, actually.
I got some scrap metal I got to deal with in the next couple days. I got to go because I fucking broke the blade on my sawzall. So the neighbor said he's going to let me use his. I got to cut this shit down. And it's out here in a nice neighborhood. I don't know. You probably heard I'm staying with my mom, helping her out. And the harder life gets on her, she just had ablation to get rid of nerve pain, and now, I think they fucked her up. So it's like she's in more pain than ever, and the closest person to them, that's the one they're going to punch the quickest. So she's off with
always.
She's off with her caregiver right now, who comes during the day, and I'm hoping she gets some relief, but I got to get a bunch of shit done just because mom, who has tons of shit, just only sees mine. It's like, so I got to get some stuff out of her way, and theoretically not out of her way, out of sight, out of mind, if you will. So the
So I
garage.
got some work to do, fellas. So I'm gonna be listening in the background. OTW, love the show always. Thank you.
Nice talking to you, brother.
You too, Scott. Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Hey, thanks a lot for coming up, man.
Thank you.
You'll have to show me how to riff at OTW because I'm gonna blitz out. I know you got Novici. I don't know who that is up there, but hopefully you'll have somebody to bounce off of because that or riff it and play some streams. I don't know. I think that's what I did the other day. Is just turn to a stream turn to early in that stream to catch
No, it's
up.
good. I know how to handle it, dude.
You know the
I've been
chat.
down
See,
this
you gave me
road.
that suggestion earlier, so that sounded like a good suggestion for somebody like me that wouldn't have thought about that. At least not a right off. I could maybe just riff off the fucking chat. That's an interesting thought. But no, thanks for allowing me into your realm and entertaining my presence.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to have you on, Scott. And no problem. I'm always open to listen to all different points of views from all different perspectives. So
What about doing and here's a possibility. We'll talk about it another time, but maybe if I did something like that with you, if we did it on mine and restreamed it on yours, that way I could, be in the somewhat in the driver's seat.
right, okay. Well, we could check it out. Anyway, I have a lot to do, but that could be a possibility. We would have to like talk backstage about it or something.
Well, that's what I'm kind of talking about. The initial is, see how it would work, what would come up. I don't know. Raw and unedited is the way I'd want to do it, but not wholeheartedly. I'd want to probably watch it back because there's just, the propensity for me to put people's names and places and dates and things into things is just part of the story when you're talking. You know what I mean? When you discuss things, and I don't want to be overboard and have anybody think I don't really give a shit about that. The important part of this is to in my opinion, is to get across any kind of story or underlying thing that may benefit me, benefit others. And, you know, I'm sure there's some people in this cast of miscreants that might be able to help me with some of my troubles. Because I'm nobody new, nobody different. I'm somebody that goes through it too. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, thank you for your 2 cents.
Take care, brother.
Yeah, peace, man. So it's just you and I, boy. Back to the beginning. We end like we started. Well, who knows? Maybe it's not the end. I was thinking about going to check out Toilet Bowl Earth's yesterday's stream. Maybe that would have been interesting. Let me check. Let me see what's going on here. Right. You know what? I think I might be shutting it down. Yeah. Hold on a sec. All right. Yeah, I guess it's not a bad show. 5-hour show isn't that bad. I think I can live with that. How about you guys? I'm down with that. We'll shut this down in about 9 minutes. So what can we do? Let me think. Let's do this.
I want the truth! I got nowhere else to go! Then shut your dang pie hole!
Good morning, Vietnam! What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Smoking!
I'm going to end the show. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. Stream is ending just like that. Right? Much love to everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. And don't forget to click the bell to get all the notifications when we go live. Right. So today was a weird Wednesday. And yeah. Hold on a sec. I think I'll go with there we go. This one.